interactions, inputs, exchange of thought, periodically looking at sectors which need greater focused study and industry's own perspective about it, other than the administration or policymakers' perspective, have all helped us immensely, particularly since the COVID and after.
The CII Global Economic Policy Summit conducted effective dialogues for concerted policy suggestions. Significant deliberations and policy dialogues across key sectors of the economy were undertaken during the year, creating fresh momentum and new opportunities for Indian industry. CII's activities intensified as it took charge as the Secretariat for B20, the Business Engagement Group of G20. The CII delegation participated in the B20 Summit Indonesia, led by President-designate. The B20 India Inception meeting, held at the vibrant city of Gandhinagar in Gujarat, officially kick-started the business engagement, bringing together global leaders from many countries.
We can always bank on CII, and therefore it's very appropriate that you become the partner for the B20 as India enters into the presidency of G20. And I'm glad that CII has taken a lead in building that vision story and building the pathway to an Atmanirbhar Bharat, to a self-reliant India.
CII's engagement at the World Economic Forum annual meeting at Davos in May 2022 and in January 2023 brought India to the attention of the business world. CII met with several heads of state and government from different parts of the world through the year. At the 28th CII Partnership Summit, over 2,000 delegates from over 70 countries deliberated on global solutions along 10 tracks of discussions. About 50 successful outbound CII delegations, with 4 led by the CII Presidium, reinforced CII's partnership with the world. Focused global exchanges through the year showcased the strength of Indian industry and furthered business collaborations. The 25th edition of the iconic International Engineering Trade Fair, or IETF, was inaugurated by the President of India.
I am delighted to note that IETF is celebrating the Silver Jubilee edition. This year, the event is not only a celebration of India's growth story in the engineering and manufacturing sector, but also a testimony to the nation's collaboration with the best in the world in advanced technology. Therefore, I commend the Confederation of Indian Industry for developing this event.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to each one of you. We're about to start with the first session for the 18th CII-Exim Bank Conclave on India-Africa Growth Partnership, Creating One Future. And to begin this session, I'm going to invite on stage all our dignitaries and speakers for this session. I'd like all of you to please settle down so that we can start with the session on time. Thank you. I will try. So we have for this session, launching into a new orbit with space sector partnerships. We have as our speakers for this session, Dr. Pawan Kumar Goenka, Chairman InSpace, Mr. B.M. Chandrakant, Senior General Manager Astra, Mr. Arpan Sahu, Co-founder and COO Satsho, His Excellency Mr. Moses Kunkyu, Minister of Information and Digitalization, Republic of Malawi, His Excellency Mr. Ismail Nabe, Senior Advisor to the Prime Minister in charge of Investments and Public-Private Partnership, Republic of Guinea, and His Excellency Mr. Desiree Mzinga Birhanze, Minister of Small and Medium-Sized Enterprises, Democratic Republic of Congo. Moderating the session is Ambassador Bhaskar Balakrishnan, RIS, Ministry of External Affairs. To begin the session, I'd like to invite Ambassador Bhaskar Balakrishnan to kindly give the opening remarks and take this session forward. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Dr. Goenka, Chairman InSpace, Mr. Chandrakant from Astra, Mr. Sahu from Satsure, His Excellency Mr. Kunkuyu from the Republic of Malawi, His Excellency Mr. Nabe from the Republic of Guinea, His Excellency Mr. Birihanze from the Democratic Republic of Congo, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all of you. So on behalf of CII and on my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome to all of you to the session on launching into a new orbit with space sector partnerships. It is indeed a privilege to have with us on the dais a most distinguished panel of speakers here today. I look forward to an interesting session, one that will make the participants aware about the space sector in India and how India and Africa can collaborate in this important sector. To set the context, I'll make a few remarks. Today's topic is particularly appropriate in time and content. India has recently announced a new space policy which seeks to bring in the private sector into space economy activities. These range from building satellites, rockets and launchers, ground stations, satellite applications of various kinds, etc. Now there is a great potential for using satellite-based technology and services in many areas of development, such as agriculture, water resources, meteorology, urban planning, and of course, communications. There are many opportunities to accelerate the pace of development that can arise from this. India would like to offer its experiences in this area to other countries, and India's space economy development is a step towards this. The formation of a new promotional and regulatory body in space and the announcement of new reforms are significant steps by the Indian government to accelerate India's advancement in space activities, spur the growth of Indian private sector, and also increase India's share in the global space market. The government through ISRO and InSpace will be backing private players and other non-governmental entities in India to start up activities for various customers in India and abroad. It will also promote investment and technology collaborations between space businesses in India and abroad. Already there has been a big spurt in space economy sector with many startups, and we see this as a growing business. All this, of course, opens up prospects of business collaboration with African countries in the space sector. We recognize that many countries are also following a similar path, setting up space agencies and promoting the space economy sector. Over the past few decades, Africa has also witnessed a significant increase in investments in space-related R&D, ranging from satellites to ground facilities, including astronomical observatories, ground stations for remote sensing and communications, and rocket launch capabilities. The African space economy in 2023 is estimated at US $20 trillion and is set to grow to 23 trillion by 2026. The global space economy is set to grow to over 600 trillion by 2025. African countries have allocated US $530 million for their space programs in 2022. 13 African countries have manufactured 48 satellites. Some 270 new space companies have been set up in Africa. The important market segments are satellite communications, satellite component manufacturing, downstream segment, and the ground segment. The demand for small satellites is growing. We welcome the starting up of the African Space Agency, an entity set up by the African Union and Egypt and hosted in Egypt. We hope that it will give a boost to the space economy of Africa. We are glad to note that space agencies have been set up in 21 countries in Africa, ranging from Algeria up to Zimbabwe. I don't want to read out the list. All these developments show that the time is right for India and Africa to engage more closely in the space sector and reap mutual benefits. With this, I have great pleasure in inviting Dr. Pawan Goenka, Chairman in Space, to deliver the keynote address. Dr. Goenka, please.
Thank you, Ambassador. His Excellencies, delegates to the conference, friends, welcome to the CII Africa Conclave. I was kind of surprised to see that space is how we're starting this conclave. It's either because the organizers thought that space will give a good foundation and good opening batsman, or because they thought we need a night watchman and let the space come in as other people come into the conference. I hope it's the former. I realize that most of you perhaps will not be very familiar with the space sector. So I have a limited objective in the next 15 minutes to familiarize you with Indian space sector, to talk a little bit about the changes that are happening, and to put some thoughts on how India can have a strategic partnership with some of the African nations in the space sector. So India had a very modest beginning in 1960s, and every Indian would have seen this photograph of a bicycle carrying a part of a rocket. That's how we started, and today we are fairly advanced in space technology, and we call it a billion dreams, a billion people's dream, because space is a sector that India is very proud of. India has, over the years, become a leading player in space technology. We are perhaps amongst the top 5 or 6 countries in terms of space technology that we have, and we have an end-to-end space ecosystem in India. And India has been in global press quite often, primarily based on its scientific missions, the Chandrayaan, the Mars mission that we had, and often talked about how India can do something so inexpensively on a shoestring budget. And when mission of Mars to Mars was launched, it was said that India sent a mission to Mars at a cost lower than what it cost to make the movie Gravity, which was launched about the same time. So the heart of India's space sector is ISRO, Indian Space Research Organization, which is headquartered in Bangalore. I don't know if you are familiar with that. But the space sector in India really has a very wide footprint. Just to show you, and I'm not going to ask you to read all of these little things there, but just to show you how widespread the space ecosystem is in India, and almost every state has something or other, which all comes under ISRO in the Indian space sector. ISRO has 17,000 employees. 13,000 of those are technical resources. There are 14 centers, infrastructure that is as good as anywhere else. We have had 123 Indian spacecraft missions, 91 launch missions, 400 plus foreign satellites have been launched for 34 different countries, and we download 2 terabytes of data every day in our ground stations. Very small budget compared to what many other countries would have. The spacefaring countries, only about $1.7 billion. But in India, $1.7 billion goes a long ways, and a lot of things do happen. A lot of it is spent on the general infrastructure. A lot of it is spent on specific projects. Now, just to give you a perspective of what is it that we have in India and what has happened. India has right now 4 launch vehicles, the PSLV, which is the workhorse, GSLV, LVM-3, which is the largest rocket that can carry about 4.5 ton of payload, and a new development called Small Launch Vehicle. Our most famous mission perhaps was the Mars orbital mission. That was in 2013. We had Chandrayaan-2 in 2019. Chandrayaan-3 is supposed to happen next month, just about a month from now. Gaganyaan, which is the human space flight, will be starting sort of experimental flights very soon. And then we have development of autonomous landing or reusable launch vehicle. There are many satellites that India has today. There are 55 operational satellites, 25 for Earth observation, 22 for communication, 9 for navigation, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. One of the big scientific missions that's going to be happening at the end of this year is something that India is doing jointly with NASA. And this will be launching one of the world's most sophisticated and expensive Earth observation satellite from India's launch pad in east of India. This joint project, as I said, with NASA, will monitor climate change in cropping pattern, vegetation dynamics, and so on and so forth. That's just to show you the kind of scientific work, the advanced work that India is doing in partnership with other countries. ISRO has a navigational capability through something that is called NAVIC. NAVIC is a bunch of 7 satellites. Some of them are not operational now, and they are getting replenished. The last one was launched just last month. And NAVIC is used primarily for strategic applications, primarily for government use, not much for civil application. But as time goes on, we'll be putting new capabilities in NAVIC to make it applicable to civilian application. In SATCOM, that is satellite communication, India has made tremendous progress. We have 22 communication satellites of India on Indian space, and we have about 20 foreign satellites that also serve Indian communication needs. Overall in India, we have 900 plus TV channels, and it's a sector that's growing very fast, and the satellites are getting launched, the latest bandwidths are coming in, and it's a thriving sector in India. With a lot of technology that we have in-house meaning in India, and also technology coming from outside India. But what I want to spend most time on is to talk about the Earth observation capabilities, because that's what I think would be very relevant for partnership between India and your country. So we have 3 categories of satellites in India: land and water, I won't read the names, cartographic, and ocean atmospheric. We have perhaps one of the world's largest fleet of remote sensing or Earth observation satellites for civilian use, ground infrastructure for data acquisition, both within India and infrastructure that India owns and operates outside India, including in Antarctica. And we download, as I said earlier, 2 terabytes of data. And over the last 20, 25 years, 30 years, India has made tremendous progress in how India is able to utilize the data coming from space for bettering many day-to-day things that sort of touches our life. For example, in agriculture and marine, ensuring food security, crop production, estimate crop insurance, monsoon advisory, training decisions, precision farming, soil nutrient mapping, potential fishing zone. There's development in all of these areas that ISRO has done in-house. Disaster management, weather forecasting, rain and cloud burst newscasting, cyclone monitoring, and this is an area that is something where India, again, has made tremendous progress from 30, 40 years ago, when a cyclone used to cause tremendous damage to a country or to the region. Now cyclones still happen, like one that is expected tomorrow, but India is well prepared for taking care of such disasters. Specialized forecast advisory to tourism and transport, and then on growth monitoring, urban planning, smart city solutions, traffic congestion monitoring, 3D city models, urban macroeconomics. Now, each of these things that I've shown here on this slide, and there are many more, I could make 2 or 3 slides with items like this. Each of these things will be very relevant for any country in the world on how we can use space data to improve on what is happening in these multiple sectors. For example, Earth observation is a very quick quick feel for what we do is to be able to improve crop inventory and condition monitoring, crop yield models, agrometrology, crop insurance, pest control, disease surveillance, and so on and so forth. On cyclone prediction, for example, we have complete map that our weather forecasters constantly are looking at. ISRO gets fully involved. All these applications are developed by ISRO, therefore we are able to do a very good job at it. Rural and urban development, again, mapping all the urban development zones, the smart city that India is working on, all of that, again, gets very much benefited from space data. So what has happened in the last 50, 55, 60 years is ISRO has been the backbone of India's space development. Almost everything that India has come out of ISRO. All the government departments use ISRO's data, ISRO's expertise in doing all these applications. But what the Indian government decided about 2-3 years ago, that we need to change that. Well, ISRO will continue to play a major role. We need to bring in private sector in a big way in the space sector. And more importantly, we need to reach out internationally to see how Indian space expertise and infrastructure can be used in partnership with many other countries and create strategic partnerships with international reach out. And our Honorable Prime Minister, who in India also is the Minister of Space, Space directly reports to the Prime Minister, is very keen that India develop a very good relationship in the space sector with the neighboring countries, with Southeast Asian countries, and with African countries. And that's the reason this conference for us becomes very important, and I would very much like to continue the dialogue that we can start today to see how India can have a partnership with you. So what was done in the space reform was to establish a government PSU, NSIL, which is the commercial arm of ISRO, and anyone who wants to launch a satellite using ISRO's facilities will approach NSIL, and NSIL will do all the commercial activity with them. In space, which is what I'm responsible for, was created in June 2020 to drive private participation in the space sector. The Indian space policy, which is one of the biggest enabler for Indian space sector, was announced in just 2 months ago in April 2023. And this space policy basically opens the door for the private sector to come into the space arena. The FDI policy, that is foreign direct investment, that also is being revised. The current policy is very restrictive, and within few months we will have a new policy that will open up the space sector for direct investment of foreigners or foreign investment in Indian companies, as well as bringing in their own business and setting it up in India. And then there will be a space activity bill that will that is being worked upon right now. Just one slide on InSpace, which is the promoter, enabler, authorizer, and supervisor for space activity. And we are a very small team working with all the startups and large companies in India and beginning to work with, I would say, with the international community to see how we can do an outreach and create more partnerships with international nations. The result of all of this is that there is a growing excitement about the space sector in India. The sector right now in India is very small, but the potential is very large. We have many startups. In fact, more than 150 startups in India are working in the space sector. Some of the names are on the first column. We have many large companies that have been vendors or suppliers to ISRO for many years. They are now getting into higher value add, moving up the value chain in the space sector. And then we have many government PSUs that also have a role to play in the space sector. Overall, as I said, that there are more than 150 startups in the space sector. Investment last year was about $110 million, which is again increasing very rapidly. And these are all signs of the new excitement that we have in this space. And finally, as I said a couple of times, that we would like to very much engage with African nations. I know that AFSA is very active in bringing all the space technology and capabilities into African countries, and I would like to talk to them and talk to any of the specific countries. I'm meeting some of you today. In the EU application, we can do a lot. with you in disaster management, agriculture, marine, social program, and almost all the development that has already been done will be applicable without change to most of the countries in African nations. Of course, your focus and priorities may be somewhat different. The ground infrastructure, in many cases, can be very suitably created in African nations because of your geographical location, which can be very, very beneficial. The navigation and communication solutions, also India has quite a big basket that can be looked at. Realizing satellites and payloads for any of the countries that want to have their own satellites, own payloads, and joint experiments with countries that have moved up in terms of technology in the space sector. And finally, capacity building and training, because finally, each of you would like to have your own resources working on your problems and your programs, and we would be happy to work with you to help you develop the capacity and train the people in your country. So that's sort of what I would like to talk about. And as I said earlier, that we'll be very happy to talk to any one of you. We have a website that is listed here, which you can get more information on. My email ID is there, and we have my colleague Ganesh Mohan, who will be here throughout the conference for the next 2.5 days. And his phone number is here. If you wish, you could talk to him, and he will obviously be able to give you more information. So thank you very much for the opportunity that you have given me for talking about the Indian space sector. And also, we look forward very much to work with any of you, any of the African nations. And I believe there are some other countries here also, work with you to see how we can have a strategic partnership with you in the space sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Goenka, for that very inspiring startup of this session. And we encourage you to get in touch with him and Mr. Ganesh and engage them in any discussions on matters of interest to you. So now I have great pleasure in inviting Mr. B.M. Chandrakant from Astra to address the session. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Chandrakant from Astra Microwave. We are leading private industry in India who are in defense and space segment. So, like Dr. Goenka has covered all the aspects of space segment, what we do in India. And we have been a supporting company, like industry, behind ISRO in realizing all these things. And coming to our company, Astra, we are mainly into hardware. We started off with RF hardware, and then we have upgraded ourselves to the digital, and now complete payload we are building for some of the programs. So we are working closely with ISRO and other industries, private industries now that's opened up. So there also we are working with some of the startups to build the payloads. So we are a 30-plus-year-old company who are in defense, aerospace, and space. So once in 2020, when the space segment was opened for the private players, so then there have been a lot of startups who have been focusing in building, be it satellite payloads or the launch vehicles or the ground segment, both on upstream, downstream, both segments. There have been a lot of work which is happening in the private sector in India. So what we would like to say is, yes, India is geared up. The complete ecosystem is already available in India. So we can replicate the whole thing as required for the African countries. So that can be replicated. Yes, the focus can be on the the Earth observation may be one of the critical things, and the communication. So these two segments we can focus, and we can build all the payloads. Either we can form a JV, now that the FDA policy is going to be announced shortly. So we can either build a JV here, and we can build the payloads together, or we can, for your payloads, we can either support in terms of giving the bus or the launch vehicles and all. So everything is available in India. We would like to take up this. And one more thing, like NISAR program, what Dr. Goenka mentioned. So we are proud to be part of that program, supplying critical hardware of this satellite. So that's how, again, I would like to just mention that India's industry is geared up, and we would like to hear from you how you would like to work together and building a similar space ecosystem in Africa. Thank you.
You, Mr. Chandra, for your remarks. I now have pleasure in inviting Mr. Arpan Sahu from SATSUA to address the session. Over to you.
Well, hello everyone and good afternoon. So SATSUA, a brief introduction, what we do. We are about a 6-year-old company, primarily working in the downstream services sector, which is utilizing the data from space and trying to create applications, softwares, or enterprise-ready solutions through which we can reach a much larger value of the population. Now, where we started off, SATSUA is basically was founded by the alma mater of ISRO. So all credits goes to ISRO again to kind of being able to spur the space ecosystem in India. So today we are about 120 people spread across almost 8 countries. We work across all 5 continents. We have a presence, the technical backend is pretty much settled up in Bangalore in India, but we already are active in Africa. And that's one of the things that we would like to address. That sir was kind of, at the start of the session, Pawan sir said about how we need to improve the partnerships. It already exists. We have common problems, and hence we have common solutions. And I would like to start on that note in saying that one of the critical areas that forms the backbone of both these continents and the countries as well is agriculture. So we started our company based on the understanding that the most impact can be created by first addressing the problems that are at scale and affects the most people, and hence utilizing the data from space to solve agricultural problems. So today we have analytic-ready products. We have softwares that take the data from space, convert into decision intelligence in the form of actionable, let's say, risk scores that banks can use to decide whether loans are given and at what quantum, what is the non-performing assets they hold on their books, but all the while creating the impact that more inclusivity is added into the financial system. And why I said that it's inclusivity is because today we have a problem as large as $160 billion in the agriculture sector, because that's the size of the market in unstructured financing. Today we have only $50 billion of structured financing available to young farmers, to credit associations, and all that. And that is a common problem pretty much spread across the Africa and India today. To create those solutions at scale is what we are trying to do today. And we are already working with, let's say, the MasterCard Foundation and the Youth Africa Works already to create that program that brings in the young farmers in Africa on board faster, because they don't have something as simple as a credit score. You and I have credit score, which makes us very easy for the banks to decide what we can access, how much we can access in the financing segment, but not the young farmers, not the farmers who are just starting recently. So we allow them to bring in that inclusivity into the portfolio. And all the while, we are also creating a second kind of services stream in African segment, which is with the Central Bank of Africa, with the Sterling Bank and the Wheat Association of Nigeria, for example, is kind of create a program that improves the monitoring and the last mile connect with the farmers so that they can improve and at the micro level, the yield values when the harvesting is done, when the sourcing and collections are done. So these kind of programs have built a more sustainable future. And I wouldn't claim that it is a sustainable future, but the first pathway to creating a sustainable future is in the works through these type of associations. And for example, today FAO and the UN, for example, have predicted that with the available resources, the area under farming in African continent, for example, you can go all the way up to 155% increase in productivity just by improving on certain practices in how you do the farming and scale. Today, we are able to give those inputs to the necessary multilaterals, to the governments, and create that micro assessment that can improve in the yield and post-harvest monitoring. So today we are also growing apart from agriculture in the infrastructure monitoring in climatic segments, like say disaster, insurance, carbon credits, and so on. So we have a host of products and portfolio that can access the entire Earth observation chain, starting from any type of data from space and converting into a solution. So that's all from my side. Thank you so much for patiently hearing me.
Thank you, Mr. Sahu, for that illustration of what satellite technology can do in the agricultural sector. I'm sure it would be of great interest to our friends from Africa, which has a tremendous agricultural potential and a huge area of land which is available for agriculture and forestry. I now have great pleasure in inviting our next speaker, His Excellency Mr. Moses Kunkuyu, Minister of Information and Digitalization of the Republic of Malawi. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellencies, Cabinet Ministers, government representatives, both for India and the African countries represented here, business captains, ladies and gentlemen. I stand before you this afternoon as Minister for Information and Digitalization from Malawi, primarily to express our gratitude to the Government of India for the remarkable achievements that have been made in the space industry. Following the remarks that were made by the Chairman of India Space, we can agree that strides have been made and the rest remains for us to collaborate so that someday the song we sing should be a similar song. Because obviously the song that is being sung this afternoon when we talk of the space industry is different from what India is singing and what African countries are singing. India has rightfully earned its place as one of the top 5 spacefaring nations in the world, and we commend the government of India for unveiling the Indian Space Policy 2023. The policy, with its focus on encouraging private enterprises to engage in end-to-end activities across multiple domains, is a giant leap and will undoubtedly propel India to even greater heights in space exploration and utilization. We are truly honored and excited by India's offer to help Africa develop its own space industry. The prospect of collaborating with India, a nation that has gained global recognition for its capacity in satellite launches and vehicles, is an immense opportunity for our continent. Malawi, along with many other African countries, recognizes the immense potential that space technologies hold in transforming our societies and enabling us to address critical challenges. In particular, Malawi sees great value in satellite interventions for disaster management, rescue and support services. Our country experienced the devastating effects of natural disasters, such as the Cyclone Freddy, which hit our country recently. It caused significant damage to connectivity infrastructure, roads, and sadly, lives were lost. We believe that with space technologies that can play a crucial role in bringing interventions that will help us in preparing for how we can mitigate against such disasters. Satellites can assist us in early warning systems, monitoring weather patterns, and providing real-time information to support rescue and operations and post-disaster recovery efforts. Connectivity is another area where space technologies can make a profound impact, not only in Malawi, but across Africa. Improved connectivity empowers our citizens by providing access to vital information, agriculture, and healthcare services. With the support of India's expertise, we can bridge the digital divide and ensure that no one is left behind in the digital era. Through satellite communication systems and remote access, we can connect even the most remote communities, fostering economic growth and social development. Most African settlements are remote-based, and those people that are in the remote are the ones that indulge mostly in agricultural practices. If these communities are not connected, then the desires that we have may not become a reality. Furthermore, space technologies have immense potential in driving research and development in Africa. Access to satellite data and imagery can facilitate scientific studies, enhance agricultural practices, as the moderator did allude to. We have ample fertile land in Africa that is untapped and underutilized. And this can contribute to sustainable resource management and development. By leveraging India's collaboration and expertise, we can build a solid foundation for scientific innovation and create opportunities for our researchers, scientists, and entrepreneurs to thrive. Malawi stands ready to embrace these technologies and forge a strong partnership with India in the realm of space exploration and utilization. We welcome the support and guidance of the Indian government, space agencies, and private enterprises in realizing our shared vision of a prosperous and technologically advanced Africa. In conclusion, I extend once again my gratitude to India for its extraordinary achievements in the space industry and its willingness to be an enabling partner for Africa. Together, let us embark on a journey that will bring immense benefits to Malawi, to Africa, and to the entire world, bearing in mind that if Africa is not connected, the world is not connected. If Malawi is not connected, if Guinea is not connected, if Zimbabwe is not connected, if Zambia is not connected, if Gambia is not connected, if Africa is not connected, the world will never get connected. Through collaboration, innovation, and a shared commitment to progress, we can harness the power of space technologies to uplift our societies and create a better future for generations as one Earth, one family, and hope for one future. The mutual benefits of growing together are enormous, and the future can only be unlocked if no one is left behind, if Africa is not left behind. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister, for your very inspiring remarks. I now have great pleasure inviting our next speaker, His Excellency Mr. Ismail Nabe, Senior Advisor to the Prime Minister in charge of Investments and Public-Private Partnerships of the Republic of Guinea. Over to you, sir.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the Minister was saying earlier, we just want to impart the part to thank the India government, the reception to our delegation of Republic of Guinea. So since we arrived 2 days ago, we've been welcomed by the and also would like to thank for the invitation they have extended to our government. So what the topic we are talking today is extremely important. By looking at the presentation, we are looking for partnership. A partnership can be in two ways. We can go for public-private partnership, but also what we call the circular partnership. Because when you look into education, healthcare, I think COVID gave us a good example whereby most of the schools were not able to teach our students. Guinea, we had previously developed a satellite model whereby the remote area they can receive internet. So therefore, I believe that the experience of COVID, and then we anticipate, we didn't know that COVID will come to the world. I think the satellite utilization have helped Guinea to provide internet to the remote area when it comes to education. And something that we believe we can collaborate with India, which is very advanced when it comes to e-learning. When it comes to agriculture, I think the gentleman was talking about agriculture. A few weeks ago at the African Development Bank Conference, he says that more than 10% of the African land is not utilized for agriculture. I believe that with the partnership with India, we can develop pretty much agriculture because we have a land. Guinea, for example, we have 13 million Arab land. But what we don't understand, if we talk about some Asian countries, they are having the same size of land. They produce rice. They feed their own people, but the remaining of their rice is sold in our country. So therefore, we have a lot of things to do to promote and develop our agriculture. With the space system, I believe with India, we can develop something on that. Healthcare, which we believe India also is very advanced when it comes to e-healthcare. I believe that not only India and Africa or India and Guinea can collaborate, but what I believe we can have some kind of triangular, India with some other African country or some other European country. When we can collaborate, we can have more results. Because what is lacking today, we have the willingness to proceed, but we don't want to delay projects. We want the project to go faster. So I commend India. We are very much open to collaborate with them because the demand or the opportunity in Africa is very high. And then also when you talk about space, which is headquartered in Cairo, eventually many African countries will want to develop the satellite model. We want them, and then we believe that let's collaborate when it comes to triangular or circular collaboration. And I believe that that will help Guinea, will help West Africa, will help East Africa, will help Central Africa, will help Africa as a whole. Let's try to have some kind of pilot project that every African region country can be presented in, and we have to have some results, some concrete result. On that note, Mr. Chairman, I believe that in conclusion, Guinea, we are looking for partnership, can be private-public partnership, but also I call this circular partnership because we've been doing partnership with India, but let's try to do with 2 or 3 or 4 countries and try to see a proper result, and then that can help our country to propel. And then also, last point I wanted to raise, when it comes to India and Africa partnership, it's extremely important that we, since the independent, we are collaborating because we have a similar needs. What is important for us today in Africa or in Guinea to try to make sure to do one project, let's have one quick win and try to capitalize on that on the project basis. So on the behalf of our delegation, we would like to thank the India government, CII-Exim Bank, and then all the people that are involved in this organization, because this is the 19th annual to show the partnership between Africa and then India. It's a long way. We want to collaborate. And then before I finish, I would like to make, a pledge to Indian government. So we hope that, I think it's been 19th time we are coming to India. It will be very important that we invite India to come to Africa, to one African country whereby this CII or this conclave can organize. So if we are bringing 1 million Indian to Africa, or 1 million African to India, imagine how many businesses can be created. We hope 1 million Indian can come next year to one African country to organize this conclave, and I believe that can be help the private sector. There are very young people, talented young people who want to participate in this kind of conclave, but the means or the distance is very long. But if we can organize within Africa, we can get a lot of startups, young people can get involved, and I believe that can help to create more business on that. On that note, I would like to thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nabe, for your remarks. I have also great pleasure in recognizing the presence of His Excellency Mr. Desire Mzinga Birihanze, Minister of Small and Medium-Sized Enterprises of the Democratic Republic of Congo. We thank you for your presence. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is the conclusion of our session. Allow me to make a few concluding remarks. I think what has emerged from the discussion today, limited discussion today, is that there are potential for collaboration of space applications in agriculture and the impact of climate change on agriculture and how to optimize agriculture. This is a common goal of both India and Africa. And from what has been said, I think this is an area which would be of considerable interest in collaboration. The other area which has come out is connectivity and communications. Now, India has already worked in this field by providing a Pan-African telecommunication system, but that only links certain nodes in African countries. We are now in a world where that technology is now moved. The technologies like Starlink enable individuals to be linked and connected with satellite fleets. So we are now looking at a situation where we may not need mobile towers and ground-based infrastructure if this can be handled through a fleet of small satellites. So these kind of developments are taking place in the space sector. So I think communications and connectivity is another area which has emerged as a key area for collaboration. And I'm sure there are many other areas, environmental monitoring, water management. So there's a huge potential. We have only had 2 of our friends from Africa speaking, but I think they speak for the whole of Africa in saying that these are all areas where our space economy players can work with their African counterparts. So thank you all for your attention, thank you all for your presence, and thanks to all the speakers on the podium for their presentations. Thank you very much.
Ambassador Balakrishnan, may I request you to please hand over a token of appreciation to our 3 guest speakers today. They are by name, so kindly do the needful. One is to His Excellency Mr. Moses Kyunkyu, Minister of Information and Digitalization, Republic of Malawi. Another one for His Excellency Mr. Ismail Nabe, Senior Advisor to the Prime Minister in charge of Investments and Public-Private Partnerships, Republic of Guinea. Mr. Pavan Goenka. Mr. Pavan Goenka, may I request you to please hand over a token of appreciation to His Excellency Mr. Desiree Mazinga Birihanze, Minister of Small and Medium-Sized Enterprises, Democratic Republic of Congo. We'd like to thank all our esteemed speakers for the session. Can we have all of you stand up together for a photo opportunity, please? With that, we come to a close of this session. Our next session, exploring new models of financing growth. I'm sure you'll find it very interesting, and we'll start with the session.
Rapidly expanding is just a matter of
Thank you, sir.
किधर की साइड लेफ्ट राइट
as CII celebrated 75 years of independence and assumed the B20 Secretariat in 2022-23, it reached new milestones in the service of Indian industry. With the theme, Beyond India at 75, competitiveness, growth, sustainability, internationalization for the year, CII prioritized a fast-paced and resilient growth process and set a strong momentum with new initiatives.
While we celebrate India at 75, we look beyond India at 75. And we focus on some of our key themes of growth and competitiveness. Sustainability, as we know and we've talked about it for the medium to long term, is becoming an increasingly important area for India and Indian industry. And a new element that we have added this year is internationalization.
Celebrating India at 75, CII convened a Pan-India Visioning exercise for developing National Vision Document for India at 100.
Ladies and gentlemen, for this session, we have our guest speaker who will be speaking in French. So for those of you who need a SI equipment, which is available outside the hall, kindly give your visiting card and collect an equipment which will help you. Channel 1 is French and Channel 2 is English.
Through its numerous interactions with the government and industry, CII proactively worked towards advancing the policy agenda. CII's policy submissions were focused on driving inclusive growth with macroeconomic stability along with key sectoral recommendations. The growing strength of industry-government partnership was seen in the policy announcements for key sectors of manufacturing, infrastructure, services and agriculture. Across sectors, CII's policy suggestions received high visibility and helped set the ecosystem for a more competitive Indian industry. The year's union budget reflected several major CII recommendations.
Interactions, inputs, exchange of thought, periodically looking at sectors which need greater focused study and industry's own perspective about it, other than the administration or policymakers' perspective, have all helped us immensely, particularly since the COVID and after.
The CII Global Economic Policy Summit conducted effective dialogues for concerted policy suggestions. Significant deliberations and policy dialogues across key sectors of the economy were undertaken during the year, creating fresh momentum and new opportunities for Indian industry. CII's activities intensified as it took charge as the Secretariat for B20, the Business Engagement Group of G20. The CII delegation participated in the B20 Summit Indonesia, led by President-designate. The B20 India Inception meeting, held at the vibrant city of Gandhinagar in Gujarat, officially kick-started the business engagement, bringing together global leaders from many countries.
We can always bank on CII, and therefore it's very appropriate that you become the partner for the B20 as India enters into the presidency of G20. And I'm glad that CII has taken a lead in building that vision story and building the pathway to an Atmanirbhar Bharat, to a self-reliant India.
CII's engagement at the World Economic Forum annual meeting at Davos in May 2022 and in January 2023 brought India to the attention of the business world. CII met with several heads of state and government from different parts of the world through the year. At the 28th CII Partnership Summit, over 2,000 delegates from over 70 countries deliberated on global solutions along 10 tracks of discussions. About 50 successful outbound CII delegations, with 4 led by the CII Presidium.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to begin with the next session. exploring new models of financing growth. I'd like to request all of you to settle down. We will bring in our speakers and start the session right away. May I request all of you to please settle down? Ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to start with the session on exploring new models of financing growth. All our esteemed speakers are here, and to begin the session, I'd like to invite Mr. N. Ramesh, Deputy Managing Director, India-Exim Bank, to give his opening remarks and take this session forward. Over to you.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's indeed an honor for us to have such an eminent panel with us today. We thank you for graciously accepting our invitation and agreeing to share your valuable perspectives on today's theme, exploring new models of financing growth. According to UN, the cost to achieve SDGs in Africa by 2030 is about $1.3 trillion. And it's going to increase as the population is going to increase in coming days. And a central challenge for Africa to meet the SDGs and achieve the sustainable and inclusive development is a limited mobilization of the investment needed in key sectors such as health, energy, transport, construction, agriculture, education, and manufacturing. And large investment gaps exist, particularly in sectors such as infrastructure, despite sector having immense potential to drive economic growth. And this large gap is mostly because of structural obstacles and lack of financing options that often inhibit the effective distribution and mitigation of risks associated with this large-scale and long-term projects. And financing in Africa vary across different sectors and countries. Addressing these investment financing issues requires a multifaceted approach involving governments, regional institutions, development financial institutions, private sector stakeholders, and international partners. In this regard, India-Exim Bank's programs such as lines of credit and buyer's credit under National Export Insurance Account are playing increasingly significant role in providing long-term export credit and financing development projects across Africa. I'm happy to share, as of end of May 2023, about 196 Government of India supported line of credit programs were extended to 41 countries in the African continent and also one of the financial institution, EBRD. It amounted to about close to $12.2 billion, and Africa has a share of close to 38% of all the approved LOCs by value. The bank has also sanctioned an amount of $2.4 billion under the Buyer's Credit Program, which is supporting a 24 project worth of $2.6 billion. As much needed initiative in the current times, India-Exim Bank has introduced a new trade facilitation initiative, which we have named as Trade Assistance Program. This is to reduce trade finance gap and integrate India's economic engagement with its partner countries, especially with Africa in a post-COVID era. Under this program, India-Exim Bank will provide support through credit enhancement to trade instruments and thereby enhancing capacity of commercial banks to support cross-border trade transactions involving untapped markets where trade lines are either constrained or where the potential has not yet been harnessed. These transactions may not materialize in the absence of such support. I'm happy to share 73 countries have been identified globally, of which 30 are from Africa. And then in this, the just concluded financial year 2023, the bank has been able to support 122 transactions aggregating $305 million under trade assistance program. Supposedly, this is currently under a pilot stage. We hope to see this program take bigger shape and extend huge facilities. Today, we have the privilege of bringing together a distinguished panel of experts, thought leaders, and practitioners who believe in the potential of furthering economic engagements between India and Africa. Over the next 1 hour, we'll engage in a dynamic and thought-provoking conversation on the various challenges, opportunities, and emerging models of financing that can drive growth across different sectors in Africa, as also the opportunities that might be available to Indian investors in the coming days. Now, to begin with, I would like to invite our guest of honor, Her Excellency Mrs. Ronel Bolling Molum Dobongar, Minister Secretary of State for Finances and Public Accounts, Republic of Chad. Madam, I request you to share your perspectives on the theme that is exploring new models of financing growth.
Merci. Mesdames, Messieurs les ministres, Mesdames, Messieurs les ambassadeurs, Monsieur Ranesh, directeur général adjoint de Exim Bank de l'Inde, Madame Shirley Bus, présidente directrice générale de ABSA International, Monsieur Bruno Bosselet, directeur pays de l'Agence française de développement, Dr Abdou Mokhtar, directeur de l'industrie et du développement central de la Banque africaine de développement, Monsieur Jima Manjustou, responsable de l'Agence de crédit export, Monsieur Lalit Kassilal, responsable des aides étrangères, des affaires juridiques et du secrétariat de Tata International, Monsieur Sanjay Sajeti, responsable pays du groupe OLAM, Agro-India, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, distingués participants du 10e conclave sur le partenariat croissant entre l'Inde et l'Afrique. Avant tout propos, permettez-moi d'exprimer au nom du peuple tchadien et de son gouvernement nos sincères condoléances au peuple frère de l'Inde, au gouvernement indien, ainsi qu'aux parents des victimes de l'accident tragique des trains survenu le 3 juin dernier, où plus de 280 personnes ont perdu la vie et de nombreux blessés. Je suis très honorée de prendre partie aujourd'hui au 10e conclave sur le partenariat croissant entre l'Afrique et l'Inde et de prendre la parole lors de cette session de panel. C'est le lieu également pour moi de féliciter le gouvernement indien, l'Exim Bank de l'Inde et la Chambre indienne des industries d'organiser et de pérenniser les conclaves avec l'Afrique. En tant que ministre secrétaire d'État aux Finances du Tchad, je suis ravie de partager avec vous nos perspectives, nos aspirations pour renforcer les liens économiques entre nos deux régions. Accompagné de mon collègue en charge de l'agriculture et d'une forte délégation, notre pays, le Tchad, marque à travers cette forte mobilisation son ouverture et sa disponibilité à une coopération dynamique avec l'Inde. Mesdames et Messieurs distingués participants, le Tchad reconnaît l'importance de la coopération internationale pour notre développement et accorde depuis plusieurs décennies une place de choix à l'Inde pour un partenariat stratégique essentiel pour nous, offrant un soutien significatif dans différents domaines tels que l'agriculture, l'industrie, la santé, le commerce, les infrastructures et les technologies de l'information, le renforcement des capacités, etc., dont nous saluons les efforts consentis par le gouvernement indien à travers Exim Bank pour la réalisation de plusieurs projets porteurs, dont les principaux sont la Société nationale de textile du Tchad et l'usine de montage des tracteurs en Djamena. Le gouvernement du Tchad a entrepris depuis quelques années des réformes majeures tendant à améliorer les climats des affaires, dont la création de l'Agence nationale des investissements et des exportations, par ailleurs la mise en place d'un cadre idéal, un cadre légal pour la promotion des partenaires publics, privés, permet aujourd'hui l'agrandissement de notre portefeuille d'investissements directs étrangers. Aujourd'hui, dans une vision prospective, le Tchad que nous voulons, les autorités tchadiennes ambitionnent de favoriser la réalisation des progrès sociaux et économiques susceptibles d'améliorer profondément les conditions de vie des Tchadiens. L'un des principaux piliers de la réalisation de cette vision stratégique de développement est la promotion d'un secteur industriel transformateur de nos matières premières et pourvoyeur d'emplois. Le plan directeur d'industrialisation et de diversification économique, fruit d'une démarche stratégique rigoureuse d'analyse et de consultation des acteurs individuels, institutionnels en matière de croissance économique et de développement durable, ambitionne de franchir avec succès le tournant de la transformation structurelle par le développement d'un secteur privé plus entreprenant, plus agile, plus conquérant, permettant la transformation industrielle des ressources naturelles locales en produits finis et semi-finis de qualité. L'objectif global du diplôme est de favoriser l'éclosion des petites entreprises et grandes entreprises industrielles au Tchad en investissant massivement dans les secteurs porteurs porteurs de croissance et d'emploi afin de porter la part industrielle manufacturière dans le PIB de son niveau actuel de 8% à 15% et la part de l'exportation des produits manufacturés dans les exportations totales de 2% à 6% en 2030. Nos convictions restent fortes pour faire du Tchad un pays réformateur, une origine de qualité et une destination d'affaires de choix au service des hommes d'affaires et des investisseurs respectueux de la dignité humaine et de l'environnement. Ce cadre macroéconomique très stable, notamment avec une stabilité et de fondement de l'économie, nous a permis de signer avec le groupe Rise Afrique la mise en place des zones économiques spéciales dans plusieurs provinces, dont la production, la transformation et l'exportation sur le marché international des différents produits regorge le Tchad. Je lance donc un appel à l'endroit du gouvernement et à l'ensemble du corps des investisseurs indiens et d'ailleurs à renforcer notre coopération déjà forte en appuyant ces projets ambitieux que nécessite l'apport de tout un chacun, tout en saisissant les nouvelles possibilités d'expansion des marchés qu'offrira la mise en œuvre de la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine, mais également avec le reste du monde, ainsi que la création d'emplois et transfert des technologies disponibles. Mesdames et messieurs distingués participants, nous sommes convaincus que des projets communs peuvent stimuler la croissance économique et améliorer les conditions de vie de nos populations à travers le dynamisme actuel de l'économie indienne avec une expertise avérée et considérable dans les secteurs clés tels que l'agriculture, l'énergie, l'élevage, la santé, l'éthique, la formation, les infrastructures. Ainsi, nous devons encourager les échanges de croissance et de compétences. L'Inde a réussi à développer des solutions innovantes dans de nombreux domaines et nous pouvons apprendre de ces expériences pour relever nos propres défis. Des programmes de formation et d'échange entre nos institutions académiques et professionnelles peuvent renforcer notre compréhension mutuelle et favoriser l'innovation. Notre délégation est composée, au-delà de la présence de mon collègue en charge de l'agriculture, des responsables des agences gouvernementales et des hommes d'affaires, avec des projets de coopération assez riches que j'appelle les investisseurs à les suivre de près. En ce qui concerne la promotion de la coopération financière des investissements dans les infrastructures et le développement économique qui nécessite des ressources financières importantes, dont nous encourageons les institutions financières indiennes et d'ailleurs à soutenir les projets de développement du Tchad par le biais de prêts, des financements mixtes et des partenariats publics-privés, l'extension et l'ouverture des lignes de crédit concessionnelles, nous sommes également ouverts à exploiter les mécanismes de financement innovants pour mobiliser des ressources supplémentaires afin de relever les défis dont les plus urgents sont l'énergie, le désenclavement du pays par des infrastructures ferroviaires, routières et aéroportières, l'autosuffisance et la transformation des produits alimentaires. Par ailleurs, nous sommes heureux de partager avec l'ensemble du corps des investisseurs que le Tchad dispose d'un territoire assez vaste et des ressources minières et pétrolières énormes pouvant être explorées et exploitées par des compagnies indiennes. Pour finir, et en dépit des points plus sus-évoqués, nous soumettons à l'attention des différents partenaires dont vous êtes plusieurs projets chiffrés pour financer dont les impacts socio-économiques sont très significatifs pour notre pays. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Ms. Cheryl Bus, who is currently the CEO of APSA International, which includes APSA Securities and United Kingdom. Among other responsibilities, Ms. Cheryl leads bank's international operations, which enables a globally scalable business that drives connectivity with corporate and institutional clients through an independent international presence. Ms. Cheryl joined APSA in 2008 and managed global clients in Africa, business under One Africa strategy, which was launched in 2011. She has 25 years of multidisciplinary banking experience across Africa and the UK. Ms. Cheryl.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Ramesh. I'm certainly feeling quite honored today because I was fortunate enough to be here last year. And I remember last year it was myself as a lady on the panel, and this year we have two ladies on the panel. And indeed, we both get to speak first. So it's an honor for us today. And welcome and thank you very much for allowing us the time today. By way of introduction, APSA is a Pan-African bank operating on the African continent where we have presence in 12 countries. We're one of the largest systemic banks across Africa. Is that okay? Thank you. We're one of the largest systemic banks across Africa with a market capitalization of just over $9 billion. I think really what's important for us is the fact that we seek to connect globally and as well as having full local operations in all the African countries in which we operate. We believe that global connectivity is key, and indeed one of the speakers at the earlier session, he said how you need, if you're not connected, and if Africa's not connected, we're not connected as a world. And I think that stands very true and certainly something that we believe in terms of ensuring that as we look to integrate and as we look to come across as a strong Pan-African bank and promote the full African continent, we cannot do so without the collaboration and without the assistance of all of our global partners. We recognize that India is one of the longest and one of the strongest trade and investment partners with Africa. And to date, India has invested probably just over $80 billion in investment, in foreign direct investment into Africa. And so I guess the question is, how is ABSA looking to work with India and to assist India in achieving its objectives on the continent and indeed assist other organizations as well as assist ABSA in achieving its ambitions as well on the continent. ABSA has got very long-standing relationships with multiple commercial banks. However, we realize that it's not enough to just have relationships with commercial banks, with Indian commercial banks and with other global commercial banks. The trade finance gap which exists, which is about circa $80 billion, another 80 billion, but circa $80 billion across Africa. That gap cannot be closed without the strong alliance and partnerships with varied organizations, particularly with DFIs, Development Finance Institutions. And so ABSA continues to build mutually beneficial relationships with varied DFIs. And indeed, we're proud to say that we have built and continue to build a strong relationship and partnership with CII-Exim. As we've highlighted, and last year we were fortunate enough and honored enough to enter into an issuing bank agreement with CII-Exim, and this seeks to further enhance the trade opportunities that we see together that exist on the continent. As I've highlighted, the trade finance gap is significant. And I think one of the mechanisms that we can use that can assist to close the gap is through the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. This was implemented in 2021, and it seeks to bridge the much-needed regional integration of Africa trade. Inter-Africa or regional trade from country to country in Africa, within Africa, is not as strong as it could be. And so I think that the Continental Free Trade Agreement really can play a key role in terms of establishing African trade amongst countries and indeed globally as a leading global trade player, which the stats show to date, Africa only participates in about 4% of global trade flows. So there's indeed an opportunity there that can assist in promoting. And as long as the Continental Free Trade Agreement really looks to that, to bridging the gaps that are so profound via the agreement in terms of physical integration, in terms of regional integration, that gap will surely continue to exist. On the plus side, it is predicted that the Continental Free Trade Agreement is going to lift close to 70 million people out of poverty and indeed increase exports by about 80%. That being said, I touched on the word physical integration. The infrastructure gap that exists across Africa, you would all know, is significant. It's probably over $100 billion a year that needs financing and needs funding and it needs development. This gap exists in power and energy. It exists in roads, rails, port. And indeed, we would all appreciate that trade cannot be optimized unless that much needed infrastructural development takes place. And so this is where Africa looks to India from two perspectives. I think from a pure learning, I think that India has traveled a journey that Africa seeks to travel. And so Africa can learn a number of things from its strong trading partner, India. And we can also learn from the perspective of aligning on the trade and investment opportunity which exists for Indian companies wishing to grow their businesses and achieve their objectives outside of Africa. Collaboration between commercial banks and DFIs is critical to support this growth and development opportunity. It's an opportunity that's so great, and we know it's challenging, that partnership between all entities is key. There's enough to go around for everyone. And it's key that we see collaboration and a partnership between businesses, banks, commercial banks, development finance institutions, and governments. And these mutual partnerships are really key to ensure the ultimate success and benefit for all, and ultimately for the African continent. When we look at what's key to really improve the supply of trade credit, trade integration is an imperative, physical integration, ease of doing trade, facilitation of documentation, movement of goods through customs, digitization. Development of trade flows is important not only for big corporates and institutions, but we shouldn't also forget the much needed development of SMEs. And we believe that free trade agreements, such as the one that has been implemented, will certainly serve to enhance the development of SMEs. But I think it's a challenge that exists for all organizations to come together to overcome the obstacles that we see. And it's only through the collaboration that we're going to see all participants overcome these challenges, be them pricing challenges, counterparty risk challenges, country risk, currency and convertibility risk. It's about how we come together to solution. As a bank, I can assure you that we're fully committed to working with and enabling all of these partnerships to enhance growth and opportunities that indeed we believe do exist on the continent. And through these partnerships, we believe ultimately financial reward will be delivered to those who participate. I believe that ABSA's purpose statement sums this up well. Empowering Africa's tomorrow, together, one story at a time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Miss. Let me now invite Mr. Bruno Bosley, Country Director, India, Agency Franchise Development, in short AFD. Mr. Bruno graduated from both Grenoble Economic School and Political Studies Institute. He has worked in field of international development for more than 20 years. He began his career as charge de mission for scientific and technical cooperation at the French Embassy in Vietnam. And he has joined AFD in 2008 and worked as project manager in the Education and Training Division. Later, he shifted to Brazzaville and Jakarta AFD offices. Mr. Bosley is currently the country director of AFD in India since September 2019. Mr. Bosley.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ramesh. Madame la Ministre, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, it's a great pleasure for me to speak some word in French before switching to English. My dear colleagues on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor, of course, for me to be in front of you today and to participate to this very important Africa-India conclave. I'm very pleased, of course, to represent development finance institutions, the French Development Agency, which is the public development bank of the French government, which is accompanying the public development bank, which is IFD, dealing with the public sector, but also the private sector arm, which is Proparco, which is working mainly, of course, with the private sector, and also Expertise France, which is working mainly on the technical assistance. It's a great pleasure for me because here, in fact, there is two important partners for IFD. India, of course, is a strategic partner of France, the first more important partner for IFD. But Africa is where IFD is committing 50% of its annual commitments. So every year, IFD, of course, is focusing on Africa because that's an important partner. The continent is an important partner for France and, of course, for its development agency. So today, this specific panel is of course very important, and in terms of course, how to mobilize more funding and how to provide new types of funding, of course, to address different issues on the African continent. Being a development bank representative, of course, the key, what is for us very important, of course, is to channel funding to achieving SDGs, and that's something that we have in common. Meaning France has this target in common with India. That's why we have also these collaborations, not only in India but also abroad, of course, to see how we can bring more support and more funding to achieving the SDGs. To do that, in fact, and there is a different dimension. There is some dimension, of course, which are relying, meaning on you, meaning on countries, and to ensure how to attract investors, bringing long-term vision, bringing, of course, planification, how to anticipate and to plan investment is very key. And that's key, in fact, to define proper investment. It's key, of course, to identify what are the investments which will make the change. Is it public or private investment? And my colleagues just before, of course, flagged the important investment gap which exists in Africa, like in many countries, in terms of infrastructure. So planning and anticipation is very important, in fact, to ensure that the investments are well targeted, and then, of course, gives confidence to investors, but also give confidence to the financial sector. And development banks, of course, are partners for all of you. Partners, of course, to accompany you in this long-term journey. We foresee, of course, our role in only on the long-term perspective, and of course aligning, of course, the tools we can mobilize. Is it, of course, funding, but also technical assistance is part of what we are keen to provide. The precedent speaker flagged something which has been, to a certain point, stolen from my own speech, which is to mobilize different types of stakeholders. Today, in fact, you have various potential partners from the public and the private sectors, and that's very key today, of course, to channel and to bring all these different partners around the same table. I fully agree and concur on the fact that today, of course, we need to bridge the gap, and we need, of course, to channel funding which are coming from the public finance side and DFI, as well as the trade finance side. The same, of course, to mobilize public and private funding. And that's what IFD, of course, is doing, or contributing to do through the different initiatives that we are supporting. Of course, we support government and state-owned utilities in various countries in their investment and long-term investment. And Proparco, of course, is also supporting the private sector development by its either equity or direct funding. But what is interesting in India is, of course, that India is also a vast and very dynamic and vibrant ecosystem, which is, of course, well represented today. And I'm very proud, of course, to say that, for instance, Proparco is also supporting several Indian investors in their investment, which is done in India, and of course also done in Africa. That's also part of what we are doing, of course, not only to bring the funding, but also, of course, to partners with the stakeholders who have relevant solutions to bring. And so we channel, of course, funding not only directly to you, but also to some of the investors which are coming from India. Another initiative that I would like to mention, of course, is this idea, of course, to catalyze more funding in order to support your investment, to support, of course, your development. And on this, of course, you have several initiatives. I'm quite proud, of course, of the Public Development Initiative, which is ongoing through the Finance in Common initiative, which is gathering all the public development bank which exist in the world, is it in North and the South countries, more than 500 public development banks. It's significant because these 500 public development banks worldwide represent today 15% of the global investment. Since of course, not the largest share, the private sector represents the largest share, but there is, behind the public banks funding, you have a capacity, you have tools to leverage, of course, to channel this funding on investment which require this long-term perspective, and of course prepare maybe then the involvement, the mobilization of private sectors, so to pave the way, of course, later on to private sector involvement. And I'm also very proud also of other initiatives we are doing. One with specifically with Exim Bank of India that I would like to thank for organizing this conclave with CII. With Exim Bank, in fact, we share, of course, the vision that it's important to create a bridge between different institutions which have in common, in fact, to bring solutions in various countries, and that's why we have initiated last year an initiative which is called Sustainable Finance in the Indo-Pacific. Africa is part of this Indo-Pacific agenda, which is very important for France and India. And the idea was to bring on the table public development banks, but also trade finance institutions and other private sector institutions, which have in common, of course, to contribute to the investment, to the financing of your priorities and your policies. So just to conclude, to say that there is multiple stakeholders, and what is important, of course, is to offer them opportunities, of course, to better serve you, and you can count on us to come together, to work together, in fact, and to align and to provide additionality to the tools we can mobilize. Because, of course, we have a different range of tools and solutions, and the idea by working together, and that's what we are today more and more doing. Of course, the idea is, of course, to serve you and to respond to your needs with more efficiency. I thank you very much and wish you, of course, a very fruitful discussion during these 3 days. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bhosle. Now I invite Mr. Lalit Kasliwal. Mr. Lalit is the Chief Financial Officer and Company Secretary for Tata International India. He heads the finance and accounts, legal and secretarial functions for Tata International Group. Mr. Lalit has over 2 decades of post-qualification experience in various sectors of Indian economy with deep skills in business strategy formulation and implementation, large-scale transformation and corporate finance. He has worked with Reliance Industries Limited as CFO Manufacturing and Head Group Insurance before joining Tata.
Thank you, Ramesh, for the invitation, and good afternoon, good afternoon to each and every one of you. It's an honor for me to be the part of this esteemed panel to discuss a topic of great significance to both India and Africa. Our gathering today is a testament to the strong tie and our enduring relationship between our country, as we all are here to discuss and leverage a lot of opportunity that will propel us towards shared prosperity. India and Africa both has unique strength, and by combining and complementing these strengths, we can create a strategy that will not only foster the economic benefits, but also drive sustainable developments. When investors consider expanding their business and engaging in trade or finance related purposes with any other countries, typically they assess 4 essential risk elements. And these risk elements are country risk, commodity risk, counterparty risk, and currency risk. And let us discuss and examine these elements with respect to our India and Africa relationship. I think the first risk is country risk. And our long-standing relationship and history of cooperations gives us a solid foundation, validating the trust and confidence that normally investors look for. The strong ties between India and Africa form a solid green light for the potentials and collaborations in many fronts. Our second risk is commodity risk, and we all are aware that both the nations are rich in natural resources. And the increasing demand of these commodities, coupled with the growing need of the nations, presents tremendous opportunities to all of us. Freely tradable commodity on top of it, providing a fertile ground for a mutually beneficial exchanges. The third risk is a counterparty risk. I think in first two risks, you all will agree with me that the country and the commodity both are having a very green light in terms of looking any collaboration from an investor point of view. Coming to the third risk, which is counterparty risk, and all of you will agree with me that anyone entering a new unknown territory normally need a great support from the local authorities, from the banking and financial institutions, and insurance company, and so on. That is where I believe the involvement from development financial institutions, insurance company, banking institution, and ease of doing business can create a conducive business environment, and that can play a very vital role. Our close coordination and strategic efforts between two countries can mitigate the counterparty risk in a big way, and ensuring and healthy and secure business environments that protect investors' interest. And last, we have currency risk. In the global landscape of sourcing and trade, liabilities often need to be settled in a specified currencies. Typically, we say dollars and euro and others. I think timely availability of the crucial currency is very critical to discharge the obligations and facilitate the smooth trade. We recognize that certain part of Africa face this challenge in this regard. However, I believe it is a good problem to solve. Our CII-Exim Bank is really doing a great job at this moment in terms of bridging the gap, and I'm sure that more and more collaborations on this front can address the issue and foster the scalable growth. To bridge the finance gap and unlock the immense potentials available between India and Africa, we need to take certain steps, and in the interest of time, I will only take 3 right now, which can be a big game changer. To me, the first is how to eliminate the counterparty risk. And I think here, the insurance credit-back financing can play a crucial role. Let me tell you why. Because at this moment, customers are always looking for a more longer tenure credits, and at the same time, investor is always looking that he should be able to get money so that he can rotate it fast. I think this is a place wherein the banking and the insurance company collaborations can really play a big role in terms of having a product which can really help both to achieve a win-win situations, wherein the customer will be able to get the required credit lines, and they will be able to manage their working capital in a big way. And similarly, the investor will be able to get a financing, and that will really help him to do more and more business with the particular nations. So this is an area I believe where a lot of work has already been done by the many banks, and more work in this area is going to bridge the financial gap in a big way. Coming to the second initiative, which is country risk related things. Currency risk. I think in the currency risk, there are two things which is controllable and uncontrollable. We should talk about what is controllable between India and Africa today. I think the initiative taken by our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji on the rupee trade settlement can be a big game changer in this area. And I can only say that this will happen only when we coupled it with the counter trade mechanism. Because availability of one side of the rupee is not going to solve the issue, and that is the reasons we need to see that more and more participation from African side in terms of doing export to India is going to do the counter trade, and that is what is going to make sure that the risk on account of currency will be mitigated in a big way. And this is the risk which I believe at this moment is the more prominent risk which we need to really solve. I think the third for me is a very low-hanging fruits at this moment. Technological adoption and digital platform that are very well available at this moment in India, and India has a well-structured mechanism in terms of doing the financing trade. I think as a part of sharing the best practices, and also these kind of forum wherein we are already discussing a lot of use cases in terms of what the new things can be adopted on the other side. I think this is the place I believe can really help us in terms of what is already available with one friend and one nation can be copied there, and in terms of we can smoothen the whole trade. In conclusion, the potential of collaborations between India and Africa is immense. By leveraging our strength, by addressing the identified challenges and implementing the suggested initiatives, we can build future where India and Africa stands as a beacon of progress, prosperity, and shared development. Thank you.
Thank you, Lalitji. Now I invite Dr. Abdu Mukhtar. He is the Director of Industrial and Trade Development at the African Development Bank. He oversees implementation of the bank's industrialization strategy, trade and investment climate issues, and private sector operations in the ICT, manufacturing, and services sector across the continent. Prior to this, he was Group Chief Strategy Officer at Dangote Group of Industries, which is Africa's largest conglomerate.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to start by thanking CII-Exim Bank and CII for organizing this very important event and for inviting the African Development Bank to speak. As you know, the African Development Bank, we are the premier financial institution on the continent of Africa, established in 1964 with a capital base of about $221 billion as of today. With 81 shareholder countries. So all the African countries are shareholders. India is a shareholder. So this bank is actually owned by African countries, but it's also owned by the Indian government, India as a country, and many other countries as well. This conference cannot come at a better time. Africa, in my view, is at a point of inflection. Why did I say that? On the one hand, we're recovering from the impact of the COVID pandemic. The African economic outlook, as presented by the African Development Bank, we are projecting that Africa will grow in 2023 to 2024 by 4.1%, which is an increase from the 3.8% we projected in 2022. But on the other hand, we're still dealing with shocks, global shocks from what is happening around the world. But also threats from climate change. We have also, in 2023, we have suffered from our own share of disasters. We've seen drought in Somalia, flooding in Nigeria, cyclones in Malawi, resulting in 200 people dying, 400,000 displaced, and a loss of about 257 million in terms of investments and in terms of opportunities. So there is no better time for partnerships than now for Africa. And partnerships South-South cooperation is really critical and cannot come at a better time. It was mentioned that to achieve the SDGs, Africa needs $1.3 trillion of investment per year to 2030. But more importantly, we require $2.6 trillion at least to implement climate action ambitions for the continent based on the NDCs as defined by the countries. So there is a need for investment in all sectors, in infrastructure, in agriculture, in human capital development, healthcare, education, you name it. There is an investment requirement in that. In infrastructure alone, you look at it, so there is a balance between what governments can do and what private sector can do. Between 2019 and 2020, about $70 billion was spent by African governments on infrastructure alone. Private sector spent about $30 billion. On climate finance, governments spent in the same period, 2019-2020, $25 billion, while the private sector spent only $4.2 billion. So there's a huge potential for private sector participation, for private sector investment to develop the African continent. Coming to India now. Africa and India, we've had a long, consistent history of partnerships in economic development. Africa is India's fourth largest trading partner after the EU, China, and the United States. Trade between the two, India and Africa, has grown at least 12 times in the last 2 decades. In 2008, it was $4 billion. Today, we are at $56 billion in 2022. Somewhere a few years ago, it's actually peaked to about $78 billion. India is the 5th largest investor in Africa, having invested cumulatively to date about $74 billion. So, key message here, India must not be allowed itself to be muzzled out of African development opportunities and investment opportunities in Africa. This is my first time in India. On Monday, I went to Mumbai. The energy, the zeal, the passion that I saw from entrepreneurs, from big corporations, the only other place I've seen that kind of energy is Africa. So that's the partnership is really mutual. I feel at home here, and I know that many Indians feel at home when they go to Africa. So which areas do we look at, and how do you really look at finance outside the typical things that we have been doing in the last several years? One area, obviously, given the issues and the challenges of today, is focusing on investments in green infrastructure. So we need to find funds to prepare, to develop and attract more financing into green projects, green infrastructure projects, green industrial projects in Africa. To that effect, the African Development Bank, we've set up something we call the Alliance for Green Infrastructure in Africa, AGIA. This is a vehicle, along with the Africa Union, Africa 50, that was established basically to develop pipeline projects, or bankable projects, both upstream and downstream project readiness, but also to catalyze funding into green projects and green infrastructure projects. It's a $500 million facility which has already been raised. The idea is this will now crowd in an additional $10 billion for direct investment into these projects when they become bankable. And various instruments, so equity investments, loan, risk mitigation instruments, concessional, blended financing, and so on and so forth. We need to work with several partners to do this. India should join. India should not be left behind. Second, public-private partnerships. Clearly, there is not enough money for African governments to make the necessary investments in infrastructure that is required. We see this as an important opportunity for Indian companies to participate in African PPPs as sponsors, as contractors, as suppliers, to provide technical assistance, advisory services, but also to facilitate project implementation. Third, one of the things we're pushing in the bank is asset recycling, infrastructure asset recycling. Many African governments have developed several projects over the last several years that are owned by the states. A lot of capital is actually tied into these projects, into these, the infrastructure projects. So the idea is to find a way to sell down, to decrease the ownership of state in these brownfield infrastructure assets, and use that capital to reinvest into new projects, new infrastructure projects. We feel that Indian companies that have the muscle, the ability, should participate in this asset recycling across the continent. Fourth, capital market solutions. Governments need to provide some ways they need to access credit enhancement facilities and so on. The risk perception of Africa, in my view, is exaggerated. People see Africa as a risky place, and that's why I really think this partnership with India is really important, because India, several years ago, was in the same space as Africa. India, as an emerging market itself, emerged market now, really a developed market, but they understand risk, they know. So the issue is really, as one of my colleagues has said, to find ways to mitigate these risks. But so in that regard, I think we in the bank, for example, we have partial risk guarantees, credit risk guarantees that we provide to de-risk projects to catalyze private sector financing. Finally, I think mobilizing institutional capital. African pension funds, sovereign wealth funds, collectively they have about $2 trillion of assets, of money under management. Most of this money is invested in short-term instruments. We feel that using this money to catalyze infrastructure development will be useful. To that effect, we in the bank established, along with partners, what we call the Africa Sovereign Investors Forum, ASIF, that has already 13 members, mainly the sovereign wealth funds for some of the African countries and some of the big pension funds. We try to bring in more. We want to use this to not only catalyze this $2 trillion assets under management, but also to tap into the global market for assets under management by the global pension funds, which is estimated to be about $145 trillion. So this is where we are. We feel there is a lot of opportunity to work together with India. In terms of sectors, basically, everything, but just quickly, renewable energy. India has set up something called the International Solar Alliance, $2 billion facility. The African Development Bank is working with India to take advantage of that. So there is huge opportunity in renewable energy, huge opportunity in agriculture. We are pushing the development of what we call special agro-processing zones. And India, has a lot of history and a lot of experience in this area, so Indian companies can take advantage not only for the infrastructure development, but also to identify the value chains that we identify in these SAPZs across Africa to participate and to invest. Pharmaceutical industry is one of the growing industries in Africa for obvious reasons. We've seen what happened during COVID, and I know there's a special panel on pharmaceuticals and healthcare, so we'll discuss that in detail. ICT sector is also one. Africa was left behind in the last 3 industrial revolutions. There is no reason why we should also be left out in the advancements of the 4th industrial revolution. And I think that there is no better place to look for partners and to look for investments in that area than in India. So I'll stop here. I have a lot more to say, but thank you very much, and I would be happy to continue to engage. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mukhtar. Our next speaker is Mr. Sanjay Sacheti. He is the country head of Olam Agri India Private Limited, which is the Indian subsidiary of Singapore headquartered Olam Group. Since 2003, Mr. Sacheti is the country head for Olam's India business, and he looks after various agri-commodities like cashew, coffee, cotton, rice, sugar, which are sourced from many parts of world and largely from Africa. Since 2000, he has an experience of around 34 years in this particular area of finance, commercial, and agri-commodity management. He's a chartered accountant by profession and by qualification, and a company secretary, and has prior work experience in companies like Hindustan Unilever, ITC, and Tata.
Thank you, Mr. Ramesh. Good afternoon, everyone. It's been a privilege and a pleasure being here as part of the Africa Conclave, especially coming from a company which was born in Africa in the year 1989, and a good part of its growth has been predicated on Africa. Very happy to be here. Olam was born in Nigeria in 1989, and over a period of 32 years, led by Africa and a few other emerging markets, we have become a Fortune 500 company in 2021. We consider Africa to be virtually a core part of our operations. Almost 35-40% of our business comes out of Africa. We are present in about 24-25 countries there. Large investments have gone into the African agricultural value chain, food and agricultural value chain over the last 20 years. I would say that we would have invested more than a couple of $1 billion in agro-processing and other value chain activities there. And that is a testament, that bears testimony to the potential which the food and agri value chain in Africa offers. Just like many other emerging countries, Africa has its own institutional voids, and the value chain integrators like Olam or so many of our counterparts are very well positioned to participate in a very integrated way, right from farming onwards, to fill that institutional void there. The void in terms of financing, void in terms of insurance, void in terms of various services which are required to integrate the market, connect the market, agricultural markets of Africa to the consuming markets elsewhere. Now, what we have done over a period of time there is get into the country. It is not only about trading or just sourcing of goods there. We have actually gone all the way to the farms, and wherever conditions have been conducive, we have invested in farming. So we run, for example, one of the largest rice farms anywhere in the world in Nigeria. It's a 4,000-acre contiguous facility which is integrated into milling and then into brands and distribution in the country. So that's the kind of value chain integration we have done, and we have got multiple such examples. So the perspectives which I want to share is that Africa offers a wonderful opportunity for resourceful corporates to come in and do this kind of integration, participate in every link of the value chain, be it farming or sourcing at the farm level, processing it, handling logistics, connecting it to the consuming markets in EU, US, or China, or any of the other large markets. It could be for bulk commodities, it could be for processed goods, it could be for very, very differentiated products. When you go there as a value chain integrator, what you do is that you create a platform for so many other value chain participants, be it banks, insurance companies, certification agencies, logistics companies, to come in and collaborate with you, because you are the fulcrum of the trade flow there. And if a player like this can come in and provide the right kind of assurance, it gives the confidence to other value chain participants to come in and support the complete value chain, support the various players at various stages. So on the assurance of large offtakes, which corporates can give there, banks can lend to farmers or to traders or to processors there. Similarly, insurance companies can more confidently provide coverages there. You could have logistics companies investing in infrastructure, or you could similarly have ports being developed because more and more exports happen. And this is what we have seen that has happened in Africa. The connectedness of the market has increased. It used to be a disconnected market earlier, but now it is a much, much more connected market. It's a better financed market, although there is a long way to go. Similarly, there is infusion of digital technology at various levels as more and more organized players have come in there. So just to give you an example, farming operations or farm-led procurement programs are digitized in many cases there now. We are running multiple programs where we are able to digitize each and every farm, our partner farms, ensure that we have complete monitoring and tracking of their productivity and performance, and we are able to get the right qualitative output, not only the quantity, but also the qualitative output which is required to service the markets. So it could be for products like cashew, let's say organic cashew, or low pesticide cashew, or sustainably grown cocoa, or sustainable forestry programs. Your ability to run these programs with induction of technology, specifically digital technology, is considerably enhanced. So that's what I think value chain integrators can do there, and I think this is the opportunity which is there for large corporates. It could be an ITC or the Tata Group or any other large player. It could be Indian player or any other player. But the need of the hour there is to go in, invest, get in deep there in the countries, and ensure that you provide that level of assurance, not only to the local participants, but also to the external participants who could be buyers or financiers or aid agencies, any of these players. And that's where the whole ecosystem of partnerships gets developed there. So this is what I have as a perspective to share as far as our experience is concerned as a value chain integrator. But when it comes to comparisons between India and what could be areas of collaboration, I think India probably, if I may say, could be a little ahead of Africa in its evolutionary journey as a agricultural system. So the way our financing is involved, pre-harvest financing is one area. Pre-harvest financing is virtually non-existent in Africa, but I think in India today, 20 to 30% of the farmers are able to access formal finance. India also has a long way to go, but that's one area where Africa probably needs to put in place a lot of systems and learn from our continuing journey. How to provide pre-harvest finance, because that's a big gap, and unless and until that is taken care of, it is very difficult to increase farm productivity and the overall quantity and quality of output in African farms. So how India has rolled out its pre-harvest financing framework through the commercial banks, with NABARD also coming in between, I think Africa probably could have room for collaboration there. The other part is that how do you digitize, how do you use digital goods for public services? So be it Aadhaar, be it the Bhu Aadhaar system which India is now implementing, which involves digitization of land records, because digitization of land records is very, very important for rolling out credit at the farm level. Unless and until you have got high level of assurance around title of farmland, and it is, the records are robust, it is very difficult to create mortgages and provide financing to farmers. So how India is going about that, and how the land records are more and more automated, digitized, and formalized. I think that's another area where probably some of the African countries could probably have some lessons to draw. Similarly, the financing structures, the sophistication of financing structures across the value chain, be it at the farm level, be it at the processor level, trade, and then exports. There are various structures which are available in India, and those are certain things which I feel that can be replicated in Africa as well. We also have a robust framework for export credit guarantee. I think that's another area which probably can be looked at by some of the countries. So, in terms of India's evolutionary journey, there are these lessons and probably a few more which can be imbibed by some of the countries, and I think. Overall, there is a scope for a lot of collaboration, but Indian companies need to dig in deep there, because unless and until you get in there and cover a lot of risks, it is not possible to build a big business. It is not possible to contribute or benefit from the growth potential which Africa has. I would stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. our last speaker for the session, Mr. Jima Mengitsu. I invite you to deliver your thoughts. Mr. Jima is the head of Export Credit Agency Finance Unit of the popularly known Trade and Development Bank, which is also known by Eastern Southern African Trade and Development Bank. He has over 25 years of experience in trade finance, corporate finance, and project finance. And Mr. Jima has been instrumental in leading and closing several aviation and agribusiness deals, some of which have won international awards for TDB. Mr. Jima.
Thank you, Ramesh. My voice could be a bit hoarse. I had a bit of a mess up in my itinerary, travel itinerary, but I managed to get here for the session. I thank you very much for inviting me to this auspicious event, and I would also like to pass the best wishes of the group managing directors of message, TDB's group managing director, Mr. Admasuda Tadessa. India and TDB, we go a long way. Through Exim India, we have been cooperating for more than 10 years to assist our member countries. TDB, its full name, Eastern and Southern African Trade and Development Bank, TDB for short, has 25 member countries now, from Egypt all the way down to Eswatini. Recently, we got on board Botswana, Ghana, and Senegal. We are going further outside of our territory, that is Eastern and Southern, but we are trying to expand our sphere of support for our member countries. Our member countries, unfortunately, most of them happen to be with a very low credit rating. And everybody is saying infrastructure finance, project finance, these things are very heavy. They can't get access, especially nowadays. IMF restriction, World Bank restriction, you should get only concessional funding. Then how should they get that? Everybody is moving away. PPP is becoming difficult because the private sector doesn't want to get into something unwarranted. For that reason, TDB recently, over the last 7 years, started a dedicated service, Export Credit Agency Finance, to help countries that cannot get direct access to OECD ECAs, so that we face them directly as borrowers, and then we on lend, because we have a risk appetite which is better than those big banks. We live in a poor environment. We are their bank. We have to find a way of helping them. That is why we have been partnering with Exim India. Currently, we are looking at a number of deals in the pipeline, infrastructure projects, to bring to implementation. TDB, its name, as its name suggests, we do both trade finance and project finance. Why do we combine these two? It is highly important. For example, suppliers provide credit, infrastructure by nature, but they want to exit. Some of them, they don't want to get stuck. TDB comes in and then buys them out. Most of these exposures could be to sovereigns. Sovereigns we really believe in them. We are happy with them. We know that they don't default on TDB. Although we have preferred creditor status, we had never called on that. We have insurance coverage, but we never called on that. Why? Because we know how we operate in our environment. We know how to help them, how to encourage them to pay without resorting to unnecessary legal battles. We are not commercial bank as such, sitting far away from our region. Through assisting them through such kind of trade finance facilities, we try to expand their access to financing. The other thing we did, we expanded and formed a trade fund, a special one, an asset fund. All these subsidiaries that we are trying to form is making sure that financiers or investors come to our region and in various forms and assist the region. The other aspect that usually governments find it so difficult is the challenge of getting commodities that are strategic by nature. Those like oil import, unless you get oil on time, your infrastructure project is doomed. Those basic trade facilities happen to be affecting the infrastructure activities. Connectivities, we are behind a number of connectivity projects, like roads that expand in Eastern Africa from a number of countries, going from Tanzania to Zambia, Rwanda, Uganda, railway lines that join a number of countries. We come into play at a very important stage when major DFIs accept AFDB, because we all have a stake in the region. The others, when they hesitate, we come into play to help out our member countries by structuring a deal, arranging by playing a lead-arranger role, bringing commercial banks to join us, and while we do the heavy lifting of the risky part, while they get guarantees from ECS, but us trying to assist these countries by making available the crucial financing needs of the member countries. In general, TDB is trying to play a very important role in the Eastern and Southern Africa region, now gradually moving to the western part, trying to provide both trade finance as well as infrastructure finance by partnering with the heavy lifters. Now we have more than $8 billion, which is heading closer to 10 billion, and we are pushing. As long as we are in this region, we don't hesitate to push any button that makes it available, that makes it sure they benefit from having good access to the financial market of Europeans or Americans or Asians. Especially the Indian part is very closer to heart to us, and we continue to partner with them as usual. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jima. I think we are very much into the next session already, and keeping the schedule in mind, I'll just try to summarize the whole of discussion in a matter of a minute or two, although it's an injustice to all the valuable thoughts by distinguished panelists here. Her Excellency has informed about the various initiatives taken by government of Chad with respect to improvement in investment climate, the transformation and the push given for industry and exports. Ms. Cheryl Burrs informed about the great potential African continental trade agreement can bring to both the African nations as well as India as a trade partner, and the various trade financing and investment financing services being provided by APSA and its presence in Africa. Mr. Bosley has emphasized on the focus of AFD in its whole portfolio, having close to 50% of its commitment in African countries. The capacity and the tools required for having proper financing options in Africa. Mr. Lalit, with his 4C risks, and also the possible mitigants with respect to having insurance or a rupee trade mechanism, or bringing digital solutions, how we can overcome this risk. He has elaborated on it. Dr. Mukhtar gave a very expansive view on where exactly we stand together as India and Africa, the kind of investment we had made as a 5th largest investor in the continent and the 4th largest trade partner. What initiatives have been taken by AFDB with respect to pushing green infrastructure, capital enhancement, asset recycling. We have a very successful asset monetization program which has happened in India, which can be quite replicated back in Africa also. Mr. Sacheti, from his experience of operating a cross-country African presence, particularly in the agriculture sector, he has emphasized on importance of developing institutions, the importance of value chain integrators in developing the economy, and what needs to be done with respect to financing, particularly in the pre-harvest and digitization of land records. Mr. Jima, definitely, we were running short of time, and then he would have definitely explained a little more on the specifics of TDB, what exactly has been done in different countries, but a very important role played by TDB, by facing the interested DFIs or commercial banks who want to support Africa and its financing requirement, but would not like to directly take a call on a certain project. There, TDB is coming as an interface and working, great deal of effort. The trade and asset funds are benefiting the various initiatives taken by different countries. All in all, I think very useful, very thought-provoking, conversations today. I think there's a good amount of work to do. From this particular conclave, we would like to take these learnings and then try to implement it back in each of our organizations and institutions. Thanks for a patient listening. I'm really sorry for not taking any of the question and answer either from the audience or posing any questions to the panelists. We'll move on to the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ramesh. May I request you to please hand over a token of appreciation to our guest of honor, Her Excellency Mrs. Ronelle Boing Malom Dubangar. I thank the panel for the session, and with that we come to a close of the session. Can you all get together for a photo opportunity, please? A photo op for them, yeah. Our next session is transforming infrastructure for Africa's development. All our speakers are here for this session, and we'll start right away as soon as we've just changed the name boards. Thank you. Thank you very much, panelists. After this session, ladies and gentlemen, we will be having the inaugural session at 6 o'clock sharp. So we want to do this session on time, so may I request all of you to remain seated, and we'll start with the session right away. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to begin with the session, and I'd like to invite all our esteemed guests on the dais. Once again, we have a speaker who will be speaking in French, so I hope you are aptly equipped. For our next session, we have as our panelists Mr. Tarun Sharma, Deputy Managing Director, India-Exim Bank, Mr. Tunji Lawson, Executive Director and CFO, Land Afrique, Nigeria, Mr. Aditya Parak, COO, Ashoka Buildcon, Mr. Sanjeev Agarwal, Executive Director, KEC International, His Excellency Mr. Ahmed Siku Kelta, Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Energy, Hydraulic and Hydrocarbons, Republic of Guinea, His Excellency Mr. Desiree Mazinga Birihanze, Minister of Small and Medium-Sized Enterprises, Democratic Republic of Congo, His Excellency Dr. Hamad N.K. Bah, Minister of Tourism and Culture, Republic of the Gambia. Moderating this session is Mr. S. Paramasivam, Managing Director, AFCON. May I invite you, sir, to please give the opening remarks and take the session forward.
Good afternoon. His Excellency Hamad N. Keba, Minister of Tourism and Culture, Republic of Gambia. His Excellency Mr. Desire Sanga Birhanje, Minister of Small and Medium Scale Enterprises, DR Congo. His Excellency Ahmad Sekou Keita, Minister for Energy, Hydraulics and Hydrocarbons, Republic of Guinea. Mr. Tarun Sharma, Co-Chair and DMD of Exim Bank, and colleagues on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, and our friends from Africa. Welcome all of you for this African conclave, CII African conclave. Welcome to all of you. I am honored to address this prestigious gathering of CII African conclave on infrastructure development in Africa. Together, we are embarking on a journey to transform infrastructure for Africa development. And I am humbled to this collective vision. I must say that while in conclave after conclave we have been talking about investment needed in Africa for the development, most of us fail to notice last 1 decade practically Africa had consistently an investment on an average of $80 billion per year, which I would rate it as very, very significant. If you look at those investments broadly, if you look at between 2015 and 20, the major investments, nearly about 47% happened between South and East Africa, and about 44% between East and West Africa, and about 8% in Central Africa. And if you look at sectoral distribution, energy comes on the top, next comes transportation infrastructure, and third comes water infrastructure, then all others. That is how the investment pattern has happened during the past decade. Going forward, what we are looking at is an annual investment requirement of anything between 130 to 176 million, 76 billion infrastructure requirement in Africa, on which there is funding deficit to the tune of between 60 to 106 billion dollars. So there is a scope in multiple areas. If you really look at an inclusive development across the globe, what we talk about as an Indian theme, Africa's about, when we say that, nearly global level, global average is about 944 kilometers of road per 1,000 square kilometers, as against the African current existence of 204 kilometers per 1,000 square kilometers. Due to this poor transportation infrastructure, the cost of logistics goes up by 50% to 175% higher, becoming the products less competitive in the marketplace. If you look at railway kilometer, only 84,000 kilometers of railway lines for nearly 30 million square kilometers. And if you look at average container movement, it's about 20 hours as compared to less than 20 container moves as compared to 30 container moves in other parts. It's in this context, I must say, there are many, Indian Exim Bank has contributed to the tune of $11 billion during the last few years. And companies like, several companies from India, like Shapoorji Pallonji, Afcon, Ashoka Buildcon, and L&T, KPTL, many such companies have contributed to the growth of infrastructure in Africa. The fastest completion of a port in Gambia, the first city decongestion project in Lusaka, the convention center in Niger. These are some of the examples of contribution of Indian companies which have done, apart from multiple water projects by several companies across many parts of Africa. Going forward, we need, yes, some of the areas of risks we identified is there is in some countries political risk. While the government changes, the policies changes, and due to COVID-imposed restrictions, there are increased government debt levels. Resultantly, there are debt restructuring and related areas, and institutional challenges in terms of, in some countries, in terms of PPP and other related projects. So we need to look at, for transformation of infrastructure in Africa, apart from conventional multilateral funding, we need to look at alternative business models as well. Say receivable purchase model could be one such option, and collaboration between Exim Bank, other ECAs and various agencies could be the other option, and barter system could be the other option. And we believe that future is very bright for Indo-African cooperation. In conclusion, Africa's infrastructure development journey is a testament to the power of partnership, collaboration, and shared aspirations. The progress made so far is commendable, and the role played by various multilateral institutions, including Exim Bank of India and Indian infrastructure companies, amidst other construction companies across the globe as well, is noteworthy. However, challenges remain, and we must collectively address them to ensure inclusive and sustainable development. I am confident that with continued cooperation, commitment, and innovative approaches, we can transform Africa's landscape. With this initial remarks, I now invite Mr. Tarun Sharma, co-chair, to come and address the audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Paramasivan, and I'm delighted to be back amongst friends. And the flavor of the year is Africa. We very recently concluded celebrating Africa Day, and we were all in Egypt in Sharm el-Sheikh for the Africa-India Partnership Day during the African Development Bank annual meetings. And it gives us so much excitement that there is so much hope, there is so much opportunity, and a lot is happening. But let me just maybe make a few points to supplement what Mr. Paramasivan said in terms of what I see the key elements as in having an inclusive growth. The first, the conclave, the African Development Bank annual meetings, all of this is coinciding with India's presidency for G20. And what we are doing is we are co-chairing the Global Sovereign Debt Roundtable along with the IMF and the World Bank. And here the idea is not to look at specifics of a particular country, but to look at how do we have a methodology to create more debt sustainability and to build greater consensus amongst both the lending community and the borrowing community. So this is a very important aspect. We're all working together, and we do hope there are very good outcomes at the end of this discussion. The second area is in terms of, having infrastructure or looking at development, but it needs to have the flavor of socio-economic development. Now, if you look at, what India's been doing across the globe, we have, as Exim Bank, over 300 lines of credit. This is aggregating over $30 billion. Interestingly, 40% of this is in Africa. And these are covering development priorities of the partner countries. Now, that's simple statistic, very nice, 40% of it going to Africa. But what the point I want to make over here is, if you look at the sectoral breakup, so we are contributing to infrastructure over the last several years. Out of this connectivity projects, physical connectivity is 36%. power infrastructure is 25%. We have manufacturing at 10%, agriculture 13%, water supply and sanitation at 11%. What's really lacking is skilling, health, and education. Now, these are also important factors when we look at building infrastructure in Africa. When we have the right set of skills there, we can have local population contribute to that infrastructure development. And why is it critical? Why is infrastructure development critical? Because if you don't have that, that's seemingly an area of concern because it acts as a non-tariff barrier for each of the countries in the African continent. The third point related to infrastructure is ESG, environment, social, and governance. So how do you look at sustainability? Now, I was reading out some statistics, and one data point I read was that the total green bonds issued in 2021 globally were about a little upwards of 600 billion. Africa's contribution there is less than 1%, which speak volumes of the opportunity. And, we ourselves, over the last couple of years, when I was away from, looking at supporting development projects, we were looking at building an ESG framework within the institution. So we've done that. It's said to be credible and impactful. We've started raising sustainable bonds under the framework. We've recently, this year itself, we've done $1 billion under that, which we're looking to lend for such sustainable projects. Clearly, there's an opportunity, and we want to now look at helping partner countries in Africa to borrow in this space and look at developing projects in the sustainable space. One example that I often like to give is, there are many geographies which still use diesel gensets, polluting in nature. But then there are people who say that, why are we looking at supporting conventional sources of energy? But if you look at a transitionary nature, if you look at moving away from diesel gensets to clean conventional energy, that's a good step forward. And we are inclined to, rather than switch over, suddenly look at that transition. We are seeing that happen in India. And we want to similarly make that happen in Africa so that you can't suddenly switch off and switch on, but you need to progress over a transitionary area. The next point is Mr. Paramasivan mentioned about receivables purchase or counter-trade barter system. Now here, during the COVID time and more recently last year when the conflict hit Europe, we were looking at the trade numbers in terms of the trade gap. It's about $1.7 trillion. And as India, as a development financial institution, we look at supporting medium to long-term projects. So we said, why not look at getting into trade? You'd be happy to know that we've now set up limits in 13 countries, over 45 banks. We've done an initial pilot program, which is around $300 million last year, and this year is looking well as well. So we've now got relationships across the African continent with several institutions where we're looking to see how we can help trade build up. Because if you look at another area in this whole space, in this whole topic is intra-regional trade within Africa is very minuscule. It's one of the lowest in the world at about 16%. The next point is when we talk about infrastructure, we always speak about physical infrastructure. Rarely do we speak about digital connectivity. And here we've taken some steps forward. We did the Pan-Africa e-network many years ago, but that's progressed very well into the e-Vidya Bharati or the e-Arogya Bharati, where we're helping using telemedicine or tele-education to see how collaboration can happen. And that's something that we need to push on a greater point. The last point here, before the panel comes in and before I hand it over to Mr. Paramasivan, is in terms of e-governance. So that, again, to my mind, is a form of infrastructure. We've taken some steps forward in India, including the Jan Dhan Aadhaar Mobile. We've done the UPI, which is very, very successful. We are collaborating with several economies to see how the UPI can get implemented there. So such kind of e-governance services, we are more than happy to come in and contribute with our partners in Africa. I'll take a pause here and we'll continue this discussion. Thank you very much.
May I now request Mr. Tunji Lawson, ED and CFO of Land Africa, Nigeria.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Tunji Lawson. I'm the CFO and Executive Director of the Land Afrique Group, which is a Nigerian property developer and management company. I'm honored and very pleased to be able to discuss transforming the infrastructure landscape in Africa. I think it's a topic that I could spend hours discussing and speaking on, but we only have 5 minutes, so I'll try and keep to time here. Just from the Land Afrique Group point of view, so we're a company with nearly 5 decades of experience in terms of property management, development, spanning across real estate, hospitality, energy, agriculture, environment, and food and beverage. And so I just wanted to take this opportunity to discuss kind of the real nature of the challenges that we've been discussing a little bit more theoretically today, and that we'll be discussing throughout the conference. So we talked about the deficit, both in trade and in infrastructure funding, but what does it mean on the ground? So Africa is the world's most underserved region from an infrastructure perspective. 2/3 of people in the whole world without energy, without access to energy, are in Africa. It's also the continent with the infrastructure that's least resistant to climate change, which is obviously a big issue as we see in today's world. And how do we stop this happening? The infrastructure gap will continue to grow as Africa's population is growing faster. Urbanization is continuing at a rapid speed. Pre-COVID, we had 7 of the world's top 10 fastest growing economies in the world were in Africa. So the combination of economic growth, urbanizing population, it's going to mean that the demand for central services will continue to be extremely strong. And unless we start attempting to bridge the gap, that gap is only going to widen. In addition, legislation is also helping. The introduction of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement is about to take off. And it means that transport infrastructure is key in terms of connecting markets and connecting people. So where are the opportunities? And this is where we've been focused as a company and where I think some of the biggest challenges are today. So middle income housing. This is going to be key to address the growing urbanizing population. The transport infrastructure, as we talked about, this is roads, rail, some of the things that we see, the expertise within India today that we're looking to transition to Africa, and specifically from my perspective, Nigeria and West Africa. And then the digital infrastructure, which is something that was addressed today, and then something that was also addressed, I think, as one of the points of emphasis in a meeting that we had with the Permanent Secretary of Commerce this morning, who discussed his focus and emphasis on digital infrastructure as opposed to just the focus on physical infrastructure, which has been an area where we've been focused on in Africa and in Nigeria in general for some years. On top of that, energy. Reliability and availability of power is something that's key, and it's something that for all the other spokes of the wheel to work and to run efficiently, we need to make sure we address and we ensure that it's implemented in an effective way. And then finally, industrial parks. And this is something that is, again, very close to home. We own and manage the largest in mixed-use industrial, residential, and commercial industrial park in West Africa. And you see that that's really the heart of driving exportation, driving manufacturing, and ensuring that companies are able to come and do business in a safe and secure manner. So just to summarize, there's a huge opportunity, I think, to work with Indian companies, both from an expertise perspective, the financing discussion that we talked about earlier, and then also just strategic partnerships where expertise, past experiences and knowledge can be injected, and synergies can be capitalized upon to make sure that we're driving growth and transforming the African landscape. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tunji Lawson. May I now request Mr. Aditya Parak, COO of Ashoka Buildcon.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm from Ashoka Buildcon, and we have been executing EPC and PPP projects in India from last over 4 decades. In fact, one of the first few companies to start BOT in India, that's build, own, operate, and transfer. Now we have forayed into international EPCs, and now we are in countries like Maldives, Guyana, Bangladesh, Benin, and definitely many more to add on from here on. Our core strength has been in sectors like road, power distribution, building EPC, healthcare, education, and city gas distribution. As a group, today we have more than 10,000 employees and close to $1 billion in revenues. I would like to thank Exim Bank as they have played a crucial role in our international foray and had been supporting us throughout. We have already entered Africa by signing a contract of rural electrification in Benin, and we also aim to increase our footprint in Southern and Eastern Africa region. As a design engineering company, and the core focus of the company has always been timely completion of the project with world-class quality. Africa is one of the most diverse and fast transforming continent today. In the lines of infrastructure, I feel when we talk about PPP model, which has been extensively used in India since many decades, has evolved in India. And one of the successful model which is yet being continued in India is hybrid annuity, that is HAM. And I feel that can be also successful for African region because it takes care of the contractors as well as the developers, and definitely needs to be backed by strong financial institutes like Exim Banks and others. But this model can really change the landscape in Africa region rather than directly going into a BOT or other models, because the contractor has been taken care as his annuity is fixed for the period, and the country gets the road or the infrastructure maintained throughout. This can not only be used in road, it can be used in various other things like ports, buildings, and many other reasons. So this can be one of the areas. On policy front, I think one of the areas where countries needs to really focus on is definitely, as the chair told us, regarding the political instability and many things. But few things I feel which are still the country regionally can manage are like the period once you sign the contract and real execution is really longer one. If that can be shortened by the countries, that would be fantastic from the region, and it will help the developers and the contractors. Another benefits what they can pass on is quick on the business visas, work visas, and supporting in establishing the companies across the country where they are working. Being Africa a one continent, they can also come up with some policies where, if you're registered in one of the countries, it should be faster for you to register in other countries where you want to work. With this, we eagerly await the opportunity to become a pillar of support to more African nations by delivering quality infrastructure, completing in record time, as well as in competitive cost, as the cost is also important. With this, I would like to end. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aditya. May I now request Mr. Sanjeev Agrawal, Executive Director of KEC.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, my panel members, Mr. Chair. At KEC, we believe the building robust infrastructure is what will make a difference for tomorrow. A $2.1 billion EPC company. We have been in Africa for the last 2 decades, have done almost 20,000 kilometers of transmission lines, have built multiple substations, underground cables, and this makes us part of a transition in Africa. At this point in time, we employ more than 1,500 employees, both the local nationals as well as expats, who help us build this infra for Africa. Let me come to the point. I will touch upon some unique opportunities and challenges that Africa brings it to us, and the Indian companies with their experience can help Africa to overcome that. Both India and Africa have a unique commonality, which is a young population. 40% of population of India and 60% of population of Africa is less than 25 years. So can we look at something from a social angle? How can our expertise be transferred to them? India has been successful in creating a globally acknowledged talent pool. India can help these nations expand their energy and digital infrastructure. India has successfully transitioned itself as a power surplus state, as well as today we take pride to say we are the 10th cheapest country which has the lowest cost of internet. We call this as education technology, which means transferring the technology, transferring the education to the remotest part of the world. We have done it successfully in India, and we can use this expertise. The Indian companies can go back to Africa using this expertise and take the education to the last leg in any part of the country or to the continent. India has also made significant progress in healthcare, especially in the pharmaceutical industry, and training healthcare professionals. Collaboration in healthcare management can significantly improve the public healthcare system of the masses. Africa continent, a rich continent with 30% of the world mineral resource, 60% of an arable land. One key challenge is addressing the infrastructure need of the region to realize its economic potential. With public investment through loans and grants is driving infrastructure development in the region. Private financing can help bridge the difference of $100 billion that exists today. Now, apart from the long-term transformation required in regulatory framework and institutional capacities, improving transparency, let me repeat, improving transparency and accountability in project appraisals and management can reduce the gestation period of the infra projects and encourage more private participation, improving the overall efficiency in the system and thus opening more avenues for the private companies in India and worldwide to work in Africa. One of the key challenges is the policy reform. One of the key challenges in the policy reform is the scale in ease of a comprehensive overall. As such, sector-specific reforms, especially where Indian companies have expertise, such as transportation, energy, construction, etc., can encourage active participation and deeper engagement. Additionally, skill development can also be targeted for these sectors to bridge the creation gap. To summarize, I believe the country like India, like Africa, continues to transition to create a better future for the population. Private entities in India have been at the forefront of driving this transformation. Given the opportunity, the collective experience of organizations and people in India can bring affordable solution to Africa and can provide a long-term and a sustainable growth in infra as well, in social infra and public infra. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Sanjeev Agarwal. May now request His Excellency Ahmed Sekou Keita, Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Energy, Hydraulic and Hydrocarbon, Republic of Guinea.
Afternoon, everyone. Once again, I would like to thank the Indian government for the warm welcome our delegation received since we arrived, and we are very grateful. My intervention on transforming infrastructure for Africa is going to be based on 6 areas, but as the Deputy Minister of Energy, Hydraulics and Hydrocarbons, I will put more emphasis on opportunities in the energy sector and also water. So this is a great opportunity to develop Africa and an Indian partnership in terms of infrastructure development in several areas. 1, secure energy for all. 2, access to clean water. 3, road infrastructure. 4, reliable communication system. 5, affordable housing. And 6, resilient sanitation. In terms of collaboration in infrastructure development in Guinea, starting with energy, Guinea has got a hydropower potential of 6,000 megawatts, of which today only 1,145 megawatts has been developed. So there's a huge potential for developing hydro dams. And so far, the energy produced, it's 1,545 megawatts, of which only we are using 400, about 400 to 500 megawatts. The reason for that is like there's a lack of transmission line and stop station, which we are working on now to develop. We are part of the West African power pool. We are trying to develop our national grid, but we are lacking transmission infrastructures. Also, as a government policy, we are trying to develop a mixed energy to introduce solar energy in the power production system. This can be an interesting area of infrastructure development in which India can play a major part. In terms of water infrastructure, so far only 31% of the population has got access to clean water. The production at the moment, it's 150,000 cubic meter per day, and the need for the population is 400 cubic meter per day. We've carried out studies, and the project is fully available, and we've divided the project into 3 phases. The first phase, it's estimated to be about $500 million US, of which we are collaborating with Exim Bank India with a loan agreement of 170 million US. There are also opportunities for developing water infrastructures in 26 major cities in Guinea. Those studies are also available and can be an opportunity for business cooperation with India. And there's a need also for rural electrification. As I've said, we are producing more power now than we are using. Therefore, it's important to basically electrify the rural areas, and also other sectors of the economy, such as agriculture, which will make the farmers more performant, and also isolated power stations, solar stations, which the government is also looking into develop. However, we are having some kind of difficulties in this cooperation, which we think, if it's addressed in a proper manner, India can play a greater role in infrastructure development in Guinea. There's a lot of bureaucracy involved, a lot of delays. We've been working on this water project for the past 3 years, but until now, we're still going around. The money, the loan agreement has been signed, but we haven't been able to start work on the ground. So this is something we should look at, how to streamline the process to make sure the projects are implemented in short terms for the benefit of people and for the benefit of both countries. So on this line, what I can say is like there are a lot of opportunities in Guinea in terms of electrification and also water infrastructure. So these are areas we can look into to ensure that both countries benefit from it. It could be government-to-government partnership or public-private partnership. To sum up, is to say that Guinea, we are open for business and we are hoping to welcome many Indian businesses and many Indian finances in the infrastructure development. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, Mr. Ahmed Sekou Keita. May I now request Mr. Desire Zinga Biranze, Minister of Small and Medium-Sized Enterprises, DR Congo.
Mesdames et messieurs, je voudrais saluer le gouvernement indien pour l'organisation de ce forum. Très important pour non seulement notre pays, mais le continent africain. Je suis M. Mzinga Désiré Birianze, ministre de l'entrepreneuriat petite et moyenne entreprise en République démocratique du Congo. La République démocratique du Congo, c'est 2 345 000 km². La République démocratique du Congo, c'est 80 millions d'hectares de terres arables. La République démocratique du Congo, c'est 2000 km des eaux navigables. C'est la deuxième puissance, la deuxième réserve mondiale en termes de forêts. Après l'Amazonie, dit-on. Mais comme vous le savez, avec ce qui s'est passé au Brésil, nous pensons être la première réserve mondiale en termes de forêts. La République démocratique du Congo, c'est 100 millions d'habitants avec 9 pays voisins. Quel potentiel! La République démocratique du Congo, c'est un pays vachement riche en sol et en sous-sol. Et donc, pour la petite blague, nous, Congolais, nous disions, après des années, 40 ans de dépendance, que Dieu, quand il a créé le monde, et le dernier jour, il était fatigué, il a pris toutes les richesses qu'il y avait, qu'il n'avait pas encore distribuées, et qu'il a mis ça au Congo. Mais qu'en disant, j'y mettrai un peuple paresseux. Voilà, après 40 ans, le Congo est à refaire, avec ce que je vous ai donné comme tableau. Et donc le Congo est à refaire parce que nous n'avons plus d'infrastructures, nous n'avons plus de routes, nous n'avons presque rien. Et c'est avec le régime actuel que les choses ont commencé à se faire. Et donc c'est un défi majeur que nous avons au Congo et que nous ne pouvons pas porter seuls. Nous avons eu l'indépendance en 1960, mais 10, 15 ans, 20 ans après, là où le Congo était parmi les plus grands du monde, parce que, tenez-vous bien, un franc congolais valait 2 $ avant 1970. Mais après, aujourd'hui, c'est plutôt 1 $ qui vaut 2300 francs congolais. Quelle inversion! Donc nous sommes devant un défi où nous ne pouvons pas nous en sortir seuls. Et c'est comme ça qu'une occasion comme ça, des rencontres comme ici avec des amis sincères, parce que nous avons été colonisés, nous connaissons ce que ça veut dire coloniser. Parce qu'en 60, on nous a donné une indépendance politique, mais pas une indépendance économique. Parce que nous étions une grande puissance en termes de sous-sol, en termes de minéraux. Rappelez-vous, la bombe d'Hiroshima et Nagasaki, c'est l'uranium du Congo. Et aujourd'hui, au Congo, il y a la guerre, c'est encore et encore ces richesses-là. C'est comme ça que le chef de l'État, Félix-Antoine Tshisekedi Tshilombo, que je salue, en passant, a décidé de faire de la revanche du sol sur le sous-sol. Et donc, on oublie un peu les minéraux qui nous amènent le malheur et travaillons. Mais allons-nous travailler sans infrastructure? Parce que nous n'avons presque pas. Et donc, le rendez-vous de l'Inde, ici, nous appelle à faire les larrons, appeler tous les investisseurs indiens, appeler tous ceux qui peuvent venir vers le Congo pour investir, ce vaste chantier qu'il y a, des milliers de kilomètres à construire, des millions d'écoles à refaire, de voies de communication, des compagnies d'aviation, même le Congo qui est la plus grande source en termes d'eau douce au monde, combien ont de l'eau potable? L'électricité où nous avons un barrage, un grand, qui peut alimenter toute l'Afrique, aujourd'hui, combien de Congolais ont l'électricité? Même pas 10%. Et donc, c'est vraiment un défi pour nous Congolais d'abord, c'est vrai, mais pour tous les amis du monde, parce que demain, il ne faudra pas que Dieu dise « Qu'avez-vous fait de vos frères du Congo quand ils étaient en difficulté ?» Oui, nous sommes en difficulté. Nous pouvons, n'est-ce pas, nous relever. Mais c'est avec vous que nous allons nous relever. C'est comme ça que nous avons pris beaucoup de mesures, parce qu'on en a parlé, sur les visas de tourisme, les visas d'affaires. Les investisseurs étrangers aujourd'hui au Congo peuvent investir sans problème, dans les mêmes conditions que les investisseurs congolais. Par exemple, lorsqu'on amène les équipements de l'extérieur, parce que nous en avons besoin, les infrastructures, elles sont exonérées, il n'y a pas d'imposition à l'entrée à la douane. Et donc c'est vraiment de sortes de subventions du gouvernement congolais qu'on offre au monde. Avec les 80 millions d'hectares de terres arables que j'ai évoqués tout à l'heure là, nous pouvons nourrir le monde. Nous pouvons donner de l'eau à toute l'Afrique. Nous pouvons donner l'électricité à toute l'Afrique. Mais comme nous savons que nos frères indiens sont sincères par rapport à nos colons, voilà, c'est une occasion pour nous de le dire à haute voix. Et nous nous portons porte-étendard de cela. Et donc, en tant que ministre de l'entrepreneuriat, petite et moyenne entreprise, j'accompagnerai ceux-là qui viendront faire cette aventure avec le gouvernement congolais. Cette aventure de pouvoir nous aider à recréer la classe moyenne, à redonner aux Congolais les moyens de pouvoir se développer, ils sont les bienvenus. Et donc, l'Inde, nous attendons qu'il nous apporte la capacitation, des centres d'excellence à former. Donc la formation, c'est vrai qu'il y a des universités, nous avons des centres nucléaires. Nous continuons à faire des efforts au niveau interne, mais avec quel budget? Et donc, je profite de ce micro, de ces rendez-vous pour faire cet appel solennel à tous ceux qui veulent venir au Congo, de pouvoir venir, à l'instar des Aindra, qui est une compagnie indienne et qui prospère bien au Congo. Nous sommes là, nous allons peut-être échanger nos cas de visite pour vous permettre de pouvoir nous rejoindre, même avant qu'on y rentre, afin que nous facilitions la tâche à l'Inde, pour qu'avec ou la coopération entre l'Inde et le Congo, pourquoi pas l'Afrique, le monde puisse se retrouver. J'ai dit, je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Desire Zanga Birhanse. May now request His Excellency Hamad Baha, Minister of Tourism and Culture, Republic of Gambia.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good afternoon, honorable ministers, deputy ministers, delegates, and of course, the executive members of the Exim Bank of India, the government of India, and the people of India, and all other delegates and the other protocol respectfully observed. Just because I need to save time, I have only 5 minutes to speak, and I think I have a lot that I want to say. Well, the issue of infrastructure, I just want to give you a brief history, what Africa have gone through in the development of our infrastructure. We started with slavery when we were forced to build the infrastructure in Europe and other parts of America. We moved on to contracting expensive debts that were badly managed, projects that were wrongly conceived, embedded with corruption, that left us with huge debts that we had to service as countries and governments. In some of our governments, 40% of our national income was being spent to service our foreign debts. And that became an expensive venture for African governments. And it was at the expense of developing our educational system, developing our health system, developing some of our social services that our people so deserve. We couldn't do because we contracted huge debts to build infrastructure, debts that we didn't manage better. Indeed, that led to instability in the African continent because we couldn't deliver to the people at the right time. And that instability is what is still haunting the African continent. Thank God we have got an emerging young, dynamic Africans who are well educated, who are determined, who are ready to do business differently from what we had before. And that's why we believe there is hope in the African continent. And that's why here today, we're saying our partnership with the Exim Bank, with the Indian government, makes a difference. The African Development Bank have indicated studies clearly that we have a deficit of over $100 billion if we have to build an infrastructure that would move the African continent to another level as we want to be. This cannot be any more the responsibility of government alone. The concept of contracting loans by governments, using them to build roads and other infrastructure, and government become the only partner in doing that, is over. Yes, we want infrastructure, but in a different form. What do we want? We want partnership with reliable agents, institutions, banks like the Exim Bank of India and other ones, the African Development Bank, the World Bank, and other international institutions. The Exim Bank of India have shown very positive records, performance in the African continent. And I think we are proud of it. For so far, the investment that you have done in Africa and with African companies, with African governments. Today, what we are looking for is build, operate, and transfer in the form of a partnership. We want PPP. We want private partnership with African companies and Indian Exim Bank and other institutions so that we can build the African infrastructure to move our continent to another level. And I think this is the way that I believe that as governments, we need to engage you to discuss. However, there have been some little bit of hurdles, and we need some adjustment, particularly when it comes to the Exim Bank, as it has been indicated by my colleague from Guinea-Conakry. The process of getting this loan done, the process of contracting these agreements takes too long, to the extent that sometimes it becomes a real problem for us. Now, what do we do? The Gambian experience is a very good experience. It's a small country from where we are coming from, but I'll share our experience with my colleagues here today. When we came into government in 2017, and at the end of 2021, we have built more roads than were built, 50% more roads than were built in 54 years of our independence, in 5 years. We did that in 5 years, not because we have contracted loans. No. We changed our system of our financial management, the way we collect our revenue, the way we deal with our fiscal policies. We adjusted ourselves. We focused ourselves on harnessing more revenue, more efficiency, more transparency, and making sure that we use local resources to build our infrastructure. And that's what we are doing today. Today, the Gambia is constructing over 300 kilometers of road from a small country, all from local financing. And I think this is the type of model that in Africa, we have to look inwards. In as much as we would like to partner with international agencies, it is important to look inwards as to what is wrong with our system, where we can improve our system, where we can generate more revenue by making sure that our system becomes more effective, more efficient, to make sure that we move on our development agenda. Today, I can assure you, even with the issue of energy, the energy minister is here tomorrow. He will deliver a statement. The World Bank have already, by 2025, the Gambia would electrify almost 80% of the entire population in the Gambia. That was unthinkable a few years ago. And I think this is because We need a workforce that is determined, a government that is willing and able to move things forward and make a difference in the way we develop and move our infrastructure. I think the time has come for us to partner with India. This would have been the best time, and we are ready to continue the partnership and to work together with all other international who want to be part of in this game. Thank you.
Friends, I am not summarizing now. I think all the points are well stated by the respective speakers. And broadly, the theme emerges as they are looking at more and more infrastructure investment, PPP investment, and India-Africa partnership. And it was specifically also mentioned from the old colonial rulers. Today, India can offer better solutions. That has also been acknowledged. So with this broad summary, and we also highlighted what are the issues we are looking at, what are the solutions we are looking at. Now, we have time just for 3 questions. Anybody can ask any questions to any individual in the stage here. Please. Yes, please.
So it's just, thank you very much for the brilliant interventions. It's just a comment. You know, I can attest to the fact that KEC, I'm the Honorable Minister of Energy from the Gambia. My name is Abdoulaye Job. I'm the Minister for Petroleum and Energy. I think I can just attest to some of the contributions that have been made, with particular reference to KEI and other Indian companies that are very pivotal today in the infrastructural development that is taking place in our region, particularly with respect to electricity.
May I have your question, please?
I said I said I'm just making a contribution, attesting to the fact and confirming some of the statements and the need for continuous collaboration and partnership with Indian companies. Thank you.
You definitely have. Thank you.
Hello. So this is J.S. Eko. We are a private equity firm from New York. We are right now doing a lot of investments in northeastern states, about $10 billion. So if we want to do investments in Africa, would it be, you know, some central agency who can help us, or it will be individually? There will be some representation who can talk to us in the next couple of days to finalize some things.
Respective countries have formed their own investment boards in the respective African countries. From Indian side, there is an investment is to be made. There is no specific agency currently involved in India who channelizes these kind of investments. However, we can request as a part of conclave recommendations whether Exim Bank can channelize some of these investments through different forums. Otherwise, currently what is being done is on these PPP investments, the respective investors, and if they require some infrastructure provider like EPC construction companies, all these, they align together and go. That's what currently happening. There is no agency as of now who is channelizing these investments at this point of time. We will work on this as a part of conclave recommendations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just maybe contribute to that, Mr. Paramasivan, that, see, there are 2 things here. One is that as part of the conclave, there are many project opportunities that are brought out. Second is that, you know, as an agency that looks to support socio-economic development projects, we are on the constant look for partners who can work with us. So traditionally, we work with multilateral or regional development banks, other agencies, and national agencies. And should there be interest from your side, you can reach out to us. We'd be more than happy to have a discussion to see where there are opportunities. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, please. Last question.
Good afternoon, everyone. Actually, my name is Abdoulaye Kuma. I'm a co-founder and the chairman of Afro-Asian Student Connection in India. So today, I'm glad to be here. And also, I wanted to thank CII committee for organizing this for Africa. Actually, we believe that our parents are here, and they are happy to be here with the CII. Today, my point is what? Is not going to ask about how you're going to make a business, but is going, especially, how the humanity will work between India and Africa. We go for the first point. Actually, myself, I have been here in India now 5 years as a student, but there is some few things that India, in Indians understanding and the African understanding is very different. So we wanted to look forward from the CII how they can make that change. I mean, we are having some very difficult living situation in India because of sometimes the culture different, the language different, because Africa has a many country. You know, so actually some of the students, they will be here, but they don't know how to cooperate with the Indians. And some of the Indians also don't know how to cooperate with the Africans. You know, so I wanted to address this issue to CII to please see what can be the solution between the Indians and the African, how we can get the better living style in India. That's my question. Thank you so much.
Thank you. India is the greatest example of unity in diversity. As you are here in India for the last 5 years, you would know India speaks multiple languages and multiple states have different languages and all we live together. Therefore, Africa and India being together is a non-issue. There are many areas where we can work together. I am sure from time to time, CII is taking several delegations and Indian companies operating in multiple countries, they have been doing huge skill development program. For example, we conducted a big program from our company's side in Liberia on an ongoing basis. Similarly, everywhere there is a skill development program by respective companies are being handled. And I am sure CII will take it on record as a part of conclave as to how to build relationship further between Africa and India going forward. Thank you all, and I thank the entire audience here for their patient hearing and entire people on the dais for many emotional speeches. Especially, I must say, very specially, I must thank His Excellency Desire Manga Birhanse and Hamaten Baha and Hamad Siko Keita for, I would say, an emotional presentation of their respective countries. And of course, our friend from Nigeria has explained very nicely as to how the programs are evolving. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Paramasivam. May I request you to please hand over a token of appreciation to two of our speakers. One of them has already been presented with this plaque earlier. Can you please present it to His Excellency Mr. Ahmed Siku Keita, Deputy Minister for Energy, Hydraulic and Hydrocarbons, Republic of Guinea. And another plaque to His Excellency Dr. Hamad N.K. Bah, Minister of Tourism and Culture, Republic of the Gambia. His Excellency Mr. Birin Hanze, we have already gifted him a plaque earlier. Can we have all of you stand there for a photo opportunity, please? Thank you, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have to clear this hall, and I'd like to invite you all for tea and coffee outside in the lawns. Please carry your bags. We are going to redo this room, and there's going to be a security check before we start with the inaugural session. Requesting all of you to please vacate the hall and join us for tea, coffee in the lawns outside. Please carry your bags, any important papers, telephones, mobile phones. Thank you.
Share deep historical, political, and cultural relations that transcend beyond trade. Over the centuries, we have come a long way in creating a perfect synergy and a strategic partnership for progress. This partnership is empowering the lives of the people, building a stronger bond for the future. India-Exim Bank has been instrumental in writing the stories of success of India-Africa partnership that have led to prosperity for both the economies. Several infrastructure priority projects in Africa are helping in meeting the energy demands of the households and industry, thereby powering up the economies of the African nations. These projects are not just making low-cost energy accessible to the people, but also laying a foundation for sustainable infrastructure that will continue to benefit the generations to come. Connectivity plays a major role in upgrading the urban infrastructure. India-Exim Bank has significantly contributed to the sector to support a balanced development across all regions, especially for the large and diverse landmass of Africa. Investing in development and mechanization of agriculture is crucial for the continent's food security. Apart from this, water security plays a major role in ensuring health and sanitation of the people of Africa. Projects financed by India-Exim Bank are further supporting the healthcare infrastructure and improving the standard of living in Africa. Several large and small projects financed by India-Exim Bank have also led to development of local industry, supported growth of SMEs, and helped in generating employment for the people in African nations. Exim Bank's Trade Assistance Program provides short-term liquidity and mobilizes support for enhancing trade between India and African nations. India-Exim Bank's Advisory Services Program over the last 2 decades have played a quintessential role to strengthen the institutions in the global south. India-Exim Bank engaged with Nigerian Exim Bank towards designing and implementing a film financing program. Ghana Exim Bank also commissioned India Exim Bank to provide technical assistance across its various operational areas. We believe that these South-South advisory services are very relevant for the beneficiaries as they seek to evolve economies in the growth cycle. With our 3 offices in the continent, we are committed towards contributing to the India-Africa Growth Partnership. Through such collaborations, we continue to empower together. India and Africa share deep historical, political, and cultural relations that transcend beyond trade. Over the centuries, we have come a long way in creating a perfect synergy and a strategic partnership for progress. This partnership is empowering the lives of the people, building a stronger bond for the future. India-Exim Bank has been instrumental in writing the stories of success of India-Africa partnership that have led to prosperity for both the economies. Several infrastructure priority projects in Africa are helping in meeting the energy demands of the households and industry, thereby powering up the economies of the African nations. These projects are not just making low-cost energy accessible to the people, but also laying a foundation for sustainable infrastructure that will continue to benefit the generations to come. Connectivity plays a major role in upgrading the urban infrastructure. India-Exim Bank has significantly contributed to the sector to support a balanced development across all regions, especially for the large and diverse landmass of Africa. Investing in development and mechanization of agriculture is crucial for the continent's food security. Apart from this, water security plays a major role in ensuring health and sanitation of the people of Africa. Projects financed by India-Exim Bank are further supporting the healthcare infrastructure and improving the standard of living in Africa. Several large and small projects financed by India-Exim Bank have also led to development of local industry, supported growth of SMEs, and helped in generating employment for the people in African nations. Exim Bank's Trade Assistance Program provides short-term liquidity and mobilizes support for enhancing trade between India and African nations. India-Exim Bank's Advisory Services Program over the last 2 decades have played a quintessential role to strengthen the institutions in the global south. India-Exim Bank engaged with Nigerian Exim Bank towards designing and implementing a film financing program. Ghana Exim Bank also commissioned India-Exim Bank to provide technical assistance across its various operational areas. We believe that these South-South advisory services are very relevant for the beneficiaries as they seek to evolve economies in the growth cycle. With our 3 offices in the continent, we are committed towards contributing to the India-Africa Growth Partnership. Through such collaborations, we continue to empower together. India and Africa share deep historical, political, and cultural relations that transcend beyond trade. Over the centuries, we have come a long way in creating a perfect synergy and a strategic partnership for progress. This partnership is empowering the lives of the people, building a stronger bond for the future. India-Exim Bank has been instrumental in writing the stories of success of India-Africa partnership that have led to prosperity for both the economies. Several infrastructure priority projects in Africa are helping in meeting the energy demands of the households and industry, thereby powering up the economies of the African nations. These projects are not just making low-cost energy accessible to the people, but also laying a foundation for sustainable infrastructure that will continue to benefit the generations to come. Connectivity plays a major role in upgrading the urban infrastructure. India-Exim Bank has significantly contributed to the sector to support a balanced development across all regions, especially for the large and diverse landmass of Africa. Investing in development and mechanization of agriculture is crucial for the continent's food security. Apart from this, water security plays a major role in ensuring health and sanitation of the people of Africa. Projects financed by India-Exim Bank are further supporting the healthcare infrastructure and improving the standard of living in Africa. Several large and small projects financed by India-Exim Bank have also led to development of local industry, supported growth of SMEs, and helped in generating employment for the people in African nations. Exim Bank's Trade Assistance Program provides short-term liquidity and mobilizes support for enhancing trade between India and African nations. India-Exim Bank's Advisory Services Program over the last 2 decades have played a quintessential role to strengthen the institutions in the global south. India-Exim Bank engaged with Nigerian Exim Bank towards designing and implementing a film financing program. Ghana Exim Bank also commissioned India-Exim Bank to provide technical assistance across its various operational areas. We believe that these South-South advisory services are very relevant for the beneficiaries as they seek to evolve economies in the growth cycle. With our 3 offices in the continent, we are committed towards contributing to the India-Africa Growth Partnership. Through such collaborations, we continue to empower together. India and Africa share deep historical, political, and cultural relations that transcend beyond trade. India and Africa share deep historical, political, and cultural relations that India and Africa share deep historical, political, and cultural relations that transcend beyond trade. Over the centuries, we have come a long way in creating a perfect synergy and a strategic partnership for progress. This partnership is empowering the lives of the people, building a stronger bond for the future. India and Africa share deep history.
As CII celebrated 75 years of independence and assumed the B20 Secretariat in 2022-23, it reached new milestones in the service of Indian industry. With the theme, Beyond India at 75, competitiveness, growth, sustainability, internationalization for the year, CII prioritized a fast-paced and resilient growth process and set a strong momentum with new initiatives. As CII of independence and assumed the B20 Secretariat in 2022-23, it reached new milestones in the service of Indian industry. With the theme, Beyond India at 75, competitiveness, growth, sustainability, internationalization for the year, CII prioritized a fast-paced and resilient growth process and set a strong momentum with new initiatives.
While we celebrate India at 75, we look beyond India at 75. And we focus on some of our key themes of growth and competitiveness. Sustainability, as we know and we've talked about it for the medium to long term, is becoming an increasingly important area for India and Indian industry. And a new element that we have hit this year is internationalization.
Celebrating India at 75, CII convened a pan-India visioning exercise for developing National Vision Document for India at 100.
हम PLI स्कीम लेकर आए 14 सेक्टर्स हमने सिलेक्ट किए। हमने आत्मनिर्भर भारत और मेक इन इंडिया, ये दो नारों के बीच में भारत के अर्थतंत्र की एक दिशा तय करने का काम किया है।
A fresh direction to further the industry's growth agenda came from the meeting with Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi. Through its numerous interactions with the government and the industry, CII proactively worked towards advancing the policy agenda. CII's policy submissions were focused on driving inclusive growth with macroeconomic stability along with key sectoral recommendations. The growing strength of industry-government partnership was seen in the policy announcements for key sectors of manufacturing, infrastructure, services and agriculture. Across sectors, CII's policy suggestions received high visibility and helped set the ecosystem for a more competitive Indian industry. The year's union budget reflected several major CII recommendations.
Interactions, inputs, exchange of thought, periodically looking at sectors which need greater focused study and industry's own perspective about it other than the administration or policymakers' perspective have all helped us immensely, particularly since the COVID and after.
The CII Global Economic Policy Summit conducted effective dialogues for concerted policy suggestions. Significant deliberations and policy dialogues across key sectors of the economy were undertaken during the year, creating fresh momentum and new opportunities for Indian industry. CII's activities intensified as it took charge as the Secretariat for B20, the business engagement group of G20. The CII delegation participated in the B20 Summit Indonesia, led by President-designate. The B20 India Inception meeting, held at the vibrant city of Gandhinagar in Gujarat, officially kick-started the business engagement, bringing together global leaders from many countries.
We can always bank on CII, and therefore it's very appropriate that you become the partner for the B20 as India enters into the presidency of G20. And I'm glad that CII has taken a lead in building that vision story and building the pathway to an Atmanirbhar Bharat, to a self-reliant India.
CII's engagement at the World Economic Forum annual meeting at Davos in May 2022 and in January 2023 brought India to the attention of the business world. CII met with several heads of state and government from different parts of the world through the year. At the 28th CII Partnership Summit, over 2,000 delegates from over 70 countries deliberated on global solutions along 10 tracks of discussions. About 50 successful outbound CII delegations, with 4 led by the CII Presidium, reinforced CII's partnership with the world. Focused global exchanges through the year showcased the strength of Indian industry and furthered business collaborations. The 25th edition of the iconic International Engineering Trade Fair, or IETF, was inaugurated by the President of India.
I am delighted to note that IETF is celebrating the Silver Jubilee edition. This year, the event is not only a celebration of India's growth story in the engineering and manufacturing sector, but also a testimony to the nation's collaboration with the best in the world in advanced technology. Therefore, I commend the Confederation of Indian Industry for developing this event as the leading technology and innovation forum for Indian development.
Many other CII's flagship events, such as XCon, IMME, Agrotech and Auto Expo, enhanced India's international linkages. CII also held exhibitions in other countries to showcase Indian industry's strengths and achievements. Each of CII's 10 centers of excellence contributed in furthering excellence through diverse initiatives on business excellence, sustainability, and technology. CII's Indian Green Building Council touched new heights as India achieved a landmark 10 billion square feet green building footprint. CII formally launched its 10th Center of Excellence for Innovation, Entrepreneurship and Startups at Hyderabad. The Startup Center is bringing corporates and startups together like never before. The CII Centers of Excellence recognized industry with many awards for their excellence, which helped businesses build up their competitiveness. To drive technology adaptation, CII engaged on IPR, design, and technology development. CII's MSME engagements became more value-creating and impactful through the year. Skilling remained an important area of engagement, with outreach to youth through training and placement programs. CII's commitment to community development supported the inclusive growth agenda. CII Foundation has been strengthening its high-impact development projects, bringing together civil society and industry. For their grassroots work towards uplifting the marginalized community, exemplary women were honored with prestigious CII Women Exemplar Awards. The crop residue management program showed outstanding results in tackling air pollution. CII Young Indians received an inspirational message from the Honorable Prime Minister and earned the prestigious Guinness World Record for its Child Safety Initiative. As a proactive chair, Ronak Goel led YI with many initiatives over the year. In the Eastern region, Mr. Sanjeev Paul led policy advocacy and initiatives on infrastructure, education, banking and ICT. He strengthened the relationships with state governments and key stakeholders. Mr. Anshuman Magazine, chair of the Northern region, worked with the governments of Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan and Punjab for investor summits. Under his leadership, the Northern region made over 100 representations to the state governments. The Southern region, chaired by Ms. Suchitra Ella, worked intensively on new initiatives of scale. She interacted with members in almost every state and zone of the region. Mr. Sunil Chodia, in the Western region, led high-impact and technology-led interventions on emerging sectors and sustainability. Through interactions with ministers and officials, he worked towards resolving issues for industry. The Northeast region engaged on policy issues with all state governments, with skill development and investment promotion on his agenda. Key B20 events were held in the region to showcase its achievements. The year 2022-23 brought expansive opportunities for Indian industries. With the help of all its stakeholders, members and the government, CII's theme drove transformation for a rapidly evolving nation towards India at 100.
India and Africa share deep historical, political, and cultural relations that transcend beyond trade. Over the centuries, we have come a long way in creating a perfect synergy and a strategic partnership for progress. This partnership is empowering the lives of the people, building a stronger bond for the future. India-Exim Bank has been instrumental in writing the
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the inaugural session for the 18th CII-Exim Bank Conclave on India-Africa Growth Partnership. I'd like to request all of you to please settle down before we can bring in our very important dignitaries for this session. And we'd like to have the house in order before we bring them in. Request you all to please take a seat and settle down. Thank you. Request you once again to please settle down. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and a very, very warm welcome to each one of you to the 18th CII-Exim Bank Conclave on India-Africa Growth Partnership, Creating Shared Futures. To begin the session, I'd like to invite Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee, Director General, Confederation of Indian Industry, to give his opening remarks.
Good evening, and I welcome all to the 18th CII-Exim Bank Conclave on India-Africa Growth Partnership, Creating Shared Future. Today's inaugural session is on India-Africa Synergies for Shared Growth. We'll be very shortly joined by our External Affairs Minister, Dr. Jaishankar. And we have on the dais His Excellency General Retired Dr. CGDN Chivanga, the Vice President of Zimbabwe. May I welcome you very warmly, Excellency. We also have His Excellency Vital Kamare Lua Kianging the Kingi, the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Economy of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Welcome to you, sir. Our partner of this forum, the Managing Director of Exim Bank, Sarsha Bangari, the President of CII, Mr. Dinesh, Mr. Noel Tata, the Chairman of the CII Africa Committee, and Mr. Kupuswamy, who is the co-chair. Excellency, many ministers that we have from our African nations, officials from both Africa as well as from India, industry leaders who are also present here, very distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Great to have you all for this, one of the most significant and a very important forum that we have had for CII over the years. We are extremely fortunate indeed to have the distinguished presence and participation of Your Excellencies here on the dais, the Vice President of the Republic of Zimbabwe and the Deputy Prime Minister of the Democratic Republic of Congo. We are deeply encouraged indeed with the high level of participation that we have here today from the African nations. Special welcome, Excellency, the Vice President, and the Excellency, the Deputy Prime Minister. This conclave, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, is indeed very much enriched with this strong presence of ministers, ambassadors, and business delegates from our African nations. And your in-person presence here would really help us deeply in deepening the encouragement over the next 3 days that we have of this Africa Conclave. And therefore, my warmest welcome to each one of you. We are meeting today against the a backdrop where India and Africa together have a combined GDP of much over 6.5 trillion and a combined population which is nearing 3 billion. And that accounts for almost 1/3 of our world's population. And also India and Africa does enjoy abundant natural resources coupled with rapidly evolving human capital, technological prowess, and entrepreneurship. And we both are today the bright spots on the global economic map with robust growth forecasts. Plus, initiatives such as the African Continental Free Trade Area would further enhance the trade and investment opportunities, bolstering the India-Africa trade, facilitating our regional integration. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this India-Africa conclave, we really aim to strengthen and further the growth impulses by bringing together our businesses on both sides and the participation of our governments, which really enables and helps us. And over the years, the India-Africa conclave has indeed played a very critical and a key role in building cross-border partnerships across India and Africa while creating shared value for businesses and industries in both the regions. Over the 3 days, today, tomorrow, and day after, the conclave will see participation of many experts from diverse fields to help us develop the roadmaps which we've talked about to catalyze the India-Africa partnership. We are privileged today, if I can say, to have over 30 ministers, very senior ministers from Africa. You're present here, some of them. Nearly 800 odd participants from 45 different African countries, as well as 22 non-African countries outside of India who are in this year's conclave. This is indeed one of the highest that we have had for a very long time. And there is also an overwhelming participation from across our country in India, representing the most important and the key sectors which are relevant to today's discussions. We will have, over the next 3 days, 13 different sectoral sessions covering diverse areas, as well as a special plenary that we'll have on India-Africa trade. And we also have an exposition which has been put up alongside this conference. And a very important feature of the conclave over the 3 days will be B2B meetings which are planned between business to business. So this edition of the conclave, we sincerely believe, will surpass many milestones and provide a very strong thrust to expanding this economic partnership between Africa and India. With that, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to once again welcome you to this conclave and welcome you to this journey for reshaping the Africa-India economic partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Banerjee. May I now invite Ms. Harsha Bangari, Managing Director, Exim Bank, to give her remarks, please.
His Excellency General Dr. C.G.D.N. Chiwenga, Vice President, Republic of Zimbabwe, His Excellency Vital Kamerhe, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of National Economy, Democratic Republic of Congo, Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee, Director General, Confederation of Indian Industry, Mr. Noel Tata, Chairman, CII-Africa Committee and Chairman, Tata International Limited, Mr. Kupuswamy, Co-Chairman, CII-Africa Committee and Advisor Group, Finance and Special Projects, Shapoorji Pallonji Group, Mr. R. Dinesh, President, CII and Executive Vice Chairman, TVS Logistics and Supply Chain Solutions Limited, delegates from African countries, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to all of you to the CII-Exim Bank Conclave on India-Africa Growth Partnership. Now in its 18th edition, the conclave has emerged as a key platform for facilitating closer linkages, and unlocking new avenues of cooperation between India and Africa. The theme for this year's conclave is Creating Shared Future. The theme underscores the importance of the partnership between India and Africa in creating an inclusive, sustainable, and prosperous future. The partnership between India and Africa is truly multifaceted. This includes strengthening development partnership, growing private sector engagements, and an increasing collaboration in the financial sector. India has emerged as a trusted partner for supporting the developmental priorities of partner countries. The lines of credit extended by CII-Exim Bank at the behest of Government of India are supporting a wide array of economic and infrastructure projects in Africa. In fact, 40% of the Government of India supported lines of credit have been extended to 42 countries in Africa. These LOCs aggregating $12 billion are facilitating access to essential infrastructure, improving livelihoods, boosting agricultural productivity, enhancing industrial output, and promoting sustainable development in our countries. The private sector is also adding momentum to the engagements. The India-Africa merchandise trade has witnessed a significant surge over the recent years, reaching an impressive milestone of nearly $100 billion during the last financial year. Alongside, there has also been an increase in Indian investments in Africa, several of which have been facilitated by CII-Exim Bank. The benefits of these investments extend beyond economic gains, and these investments are building manufacturing capabilities, creating jobs, and facilitating technology transfer across Africa. Going forward, our collaboration and value chain linkages could expand to emerging sustainable sectors. This will be crucial not only for our regions, but for the global sustainability agenda. The sheer size of our economies and our growth potential means that our economies would be at the center stage of the global fight against climate change. This would also present huge economic opportunities for our countries. In India, we are working towards leveraging these opportunities by creating a conducive environment for advanced solar PV modules, advanced chemistry cells, energy storage systems, and green hydrogen, amongst others. Alongside, Africa, with its abundant renewable energy resources and vast reserves of critical minerals, is equally committed to leverage the opportunities. Enhancing these value chain linkages between India and Africa in these new emerging areas can unleash a new era of green growth. Infrastructure has been another important area of partnership between our regions. Project exports from Indian companies are playing a crucial role in building the much-needed infrastructure in Africa. These exports are supporting the developmental objectives of countries in Africa and building long-term capacities in these countries. We should acknowledge the immense opportunities for further engagements in this area in light of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. The Africa CFTA represents a remarkable milestones in regional integration in Africa, with the vision of creating a single market with seamless connectivity. But one of the key challenges for realizing this vision is the infrastructure gaps. Indian project exporters can help bridge these gaps. And at CII-Exim Bank, we remain committed to finance, facilitate, and promote such endeavors. Collaborations in the financial sector is another key dimension of the emerging India-Africa partnership. These collaborations gain significance in light of the declining correspondent banking relations, increasing trade finance gaps, and recognizing these challenges, we are also working towards bridging this financing gap in trade transactions by providing an effective bridge between the local banks in Africa and banks in India. To conclude, India and Africa have several complementary sectors and industries which provide a strong foundation for collaboration. From agriculture to manufacturing, from healthcare to renewable energy, there are numerous areas where our expertise and resources can converge to create win-win outcomes. I am confident that this conclave will help identify the areas of convergence and foster deeper engagements. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bangari. I'd now like to invite Mr. Noel Tata, Chairman CII Africa Committee and Chairman Tata International Limited, to set the context for this session. Thank you.
His Excellency, Vice President, Republic of Zimbabwe, His Excellency, Deputy Prime Minister, Democratic Republic of Congo, Ms. Harsha Bangari, Managing Director, Exim Bank, Mr. R. Dinesh, President of the CII and Executive Vice Chairman, TVS Logistics, Mr. Kupuswamy, Co-Chairman, CII Africa Committee, and Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee, Director General, Confederation of Indian Industry, distinguished delegates joining us today. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the 18th CII Africa Conclave. It is indeed my privilege to address Your Excellencies, senior ministers from India and Africa, distinguished business leaders and experts from different sectors attending this 18th CII-Exim Bank Conclave on India-Africa Growth Partnerships. Every edition of this annual conclave has been a milestone in the annals of the India-Africa relations, and I'm sure with this edition we'll add several new dimensions to this bilateral partnership. A rising India and a resurgent Africa make an exceedingly strong economic partnership that will greatly influence the course of global trade and investment flows over the coming years. India, with its sustained economic buoyancy, has been one of the top recipients of inbound FDI. UNCTAD's World Investment Report for 2022 placed India 7th amongst the top 20 economies in terms of FDI inflows. It is noteworthy that India received a record $84.8 billion of FDI inflows in 2022, even as the country was recovering from the disruptions created by COVID. The FDI inflows were an unequivocal recognition of the Indian economic dynamism that is increasingly powered by our manufacturing growth and services sector progress. Today, as Africa takes big steps forward to bring about the region's economic integration through the milestone Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, it is imperative for the African countries to redouble their efforts to boost the domestic manufacturing sector that, apart from creating huge self-sufficiency, will also generate thousands of jobs for the youth in Africa. Indian industry is fully geared to partner Africa in its manufacturing renaissance through investments, capacity building, and skills development, co-manufacturing, and research and development initiatives. In this, building a future-ready workforce becomes critically important for Africa. Africa is the youngest population in the world, with 70% of sub-Saharan Africa under the age of 30. Such a high number of young people is an opportunity for the continent's growth, but only through extensive education and skill development. Today, as the world directs concentrated attention on sustainable growth through promotion of green, clean technologies, Africa could become a global hub for clean manufacturing with India as a key partner. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, let us come together in a grand enterprise to create a strong India-Africa corridor for manufacturing excellence. I keenly look forward to the deliberations in this conclave. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tata. May I now invite Mr. R. Dinesh, President CII and Executive Vice Chairman, TVS Logistics and Supply Chain Solutions Limited, to give his special remarks, please.
His Excellency, the Vice President of Zimbabwe, His Excellency, the Deputy Prime Minister, Democratic Republic of Congo, my colleagues and friends on the dais, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. All of us are here for a common goal, that of fostering collaborations and building the synergies of shared growth between India and Africa. The many synergies and complementarities and also similar challenges are what the two countries share together today. We obviously need to find the solutions to make this bilateral partnership stronger and grow in the future. There are various areas which have been covered as we speak, whether it be trade and investments, infrastructure, the sustainable development and support of green energy, and skilling, education, and health, among others. How do we make sure that we are able to implement each of these factors are what is going to shape the future as we speak? Given that India has assumed the G20 presidency this year, it's a perfect time for further enhancing the India-Africa partnership. One of the key priorities of the G20 presidency is to ensure inclusive and resilient growth, and obviously addressing the challenges faced by the Global South, at the core of which is Africa, is what will be the core focus for us during this period. I would now like to specifically focus on 5 points where we think we can make a difference going into the future, which we share together. First is addressing Africa's financial needs. Efforts have to be taken to expand the presence of the Indian banks and their activities in Africa. The Focus Africa scheme has to be expanded to include export finance. India can provide the support, whether it be from an insurance support or for any purpose of special purpose vehicles and new financial instruments, which can hopefully make the difference in creating, as I said, a better future. And of course, involving any third-party countries and working with them to make this happen. Second is on healthcare. Obviously, we do know that the demographic challenges and the advantages which both the countries face are similar. How do we make sure that the COVID period during which this cooperation was significantly enhanced is supported, not only in terms of building the necessary healthcare infrastructure, but making sure the delivery of that also takes place. In fact, there maybe exists an opportunity to create a vibrant manufacturing sector to support the various medical requirements of the African countries. And that could be in terms of medical equipment manufacture or in terms of technical knowledge which Indian institutions can impart and work together with partnerships. Third is in terms of the online cooperation in terms of education and skill development. In fact, this can specifically focus the faculty training and support of the teacher exchange programs which had been earlier started. Women's skill development is again a shared priority amongst both the nations. Most importantly, a partnership approach between Indian education institutions, universities for skill building in specific countries in Africa and the necessary support for the skill development of the infrastructure can be something we can look at. In fact, if I may be so bold to say so, it would be possible to take a target of skill training of around 100,000 people within a period of 2 years is, I think, a tangible target which we can take to make this partnership grow further. Fourth is obviously digital partnerships. Obviously, India has taken the lead and has shown the way by which inclusiveness and the SME sector can benefit through this digital journey. And in the spirit of this, obviously there is an opportunity to create the infrastructure support which India has done for making the digital technologies possible to be available to a larger population. As we speak, about 43% of the continent in Africa has access to the digital approach. Can that be significantly improved by making necessary investments in infrastructure? And last but not the least, how do we make sure the digital partnerships do not stay with government to government, but move to the small and medium sector? And as I said, inclusiveness is supported with this. Finally, how do we make sure the cooperation in green energy and sustainable development is made possible? Actually, India has shown the path and I would say taken the lead in not only setting the goals, but showing the method of implementing it and reducing the cost of sustainable development, and that is through green energy. How do we share the knowledge and best practices? And most importantly, how do we make sure that the implementation of this result in value creation across the entire spectrum of sustainable development across the continents? Of course, we can also look at providing the necessary financing support to make this happen in the fastest manner possible. CII has been actively engaging with counterpart organizations in Africa to bring more Indian investments into the African shores. And that's again a tangible target which we can take in the years ahead to make it happen, not just from the manufacturing sector, but the various service sectors which can support both countries grow together. I wish a great success not only at this conclave, but be able to come up with the right solutions to develop our shared future growth together and make implementation of this, or make the implementation of this faster, real, and tangible benefit for both countries and both nations together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dinesh. I'd now like to invite His Excellency, Mr. Vital Kamerhe Lwa Nikingi, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of National Economy, Democratic Republic of Congo, to give his special address.
Excellences, Monsieur le Vice-président du Zimbabwe, Excellences, Messieurs les ministres, distingués invités, Mesdames et Messieurs, qu'il me soit permis, avant toute chose, de remercier très sincèrement les organisateurs de cette 18e édition du conclave de la Confédération de l'industrie indienne avec Exim Bank, Inde, pour l'invitation adressée au gouvernement de la République démocratique du Congo, ainsi que pour l'accueil chaleureux réservé à ma personne et à toute la délégation qui m'accompagne. Permettez-moi aussi d'adresser à l'ensemble du peuple indien, caractérisé par son hospitalier légendaire, les salutations amicales et bienveillantes du peuple congolais, de son gouvernement et plus particulièrement de celle de son président, son Excellence Félix Antoine Tshisekedi Tshilombo. Ma délégation et moi-même apprécions à juste titre l'excellente organisation de ces rendez-vous et sommes heureux et fiers de nous retrouver dans ce pays aux dimensions continentales. En répondant à cette invitation, la délégation congolaise espère vivement que les conclusions de ce conclave augureront une nouvelle ère de partenariat voulu par toutes les parties en cette période post-Covid et marquée aussi par la guerre en Ukraine. Car nous reconnaissons honnêtement les performances économiques indiennes qui sont évidentes et que ce pays connaît une forte croissance de nature à favoriser la résilience et la relance de nos économies respectives. L'organisation de ces assises traduit sans nul doute la volonté de l'Inde de renforcer la coopération avec l'Afrique. Il est donc de toute évidence que cette relance ne sera pas efficiente sans la prise en compte d'atouts des pays africains et particulièrement de la République démocratique du Congo, mon pays, aussi aux dimensions continentales avec des atouts innombrables et inégalés. La RDC est le cœur de l'Afrique, comme nous avons l'habitude de le dire. Mesdames et Messieurs, différents rapports des Nations Unies sur le commerce et le développement indiquent que l'Afrique est la région la plus rentable du monde et enregistre les taux les plus élevés de rendement des investissements directs étrangers. L'Afrique a des perspectives de croissance économique qui comptent parmi les plus prometteuses au monde. Elle possède des réserves en ressources naturelles qui font espérer un avenir prometteur pour le développement des chaînes de valeur. Elle a une population jeune en expansion constituant une main-d'œuvre et un marché formidable. Elle entreprend différentes réformes qui tendent aujourd'hui à réduire le niveau des risques jadis très élevés. Mesdames et Messieurs, en 6 des opportunités du continent africain, la République démocratique du Congo, grâce à sa forêt, deuxième poumon de l'humanité, ses ressources minières, notamment le cobalt, le lithium et le cuivre, ainsi qu'à son potentiel hydroélectrique, estimé à 100 000 MW, apparaît comme d'aucuns l'appellent l'espoir de l'humanité. En ce moment où notre planète est en train de brûler par la suite du réchauffement climatique. Ce n'est pas exagéré de dire que grâce à ces terres arables bien exploitées, la République démocratique du Congo pourrait résorber 2 fois le déficit alimentaire mondial. Mesdames et Messieurs, c'est ici le lieu d'exprimer toute la gratitude de mon gouvernement à l'endroit du gouvernement indien via Exim Bank qui vient d'accorder une ligne de crédit de 180 millions de dollars américains pour la construction du barrage hydroélectrique de Katende au centre de la République démocratique du Congo. Merci beaucoup, madame. Et pour ce conclave, la délégation de la République démocratique du Congo présentera un portefeuille de quelques projets structurants lors de la session qui lui est consacrée et que j'aurai l'honneur d'animer demain à partir de 10 heures. D'emblée, je vous annonce que mon pays offre aux investisseurs et aménageurs plusieurs zones économiques spéciales où ils bénéficieront des avantages fiscaux et douaniers. Convaincu que la croissance économique est tributaire du développement des infrastructures de communication et de l'énergie, je vous annonce également que mon pays projette la construction, dans un premier temps, du chemin de fer à écartement standard, long de plus ou moins 2500 km linéaires, qui partira du port en eau profonde de Banana, en construction sur l'océan Atlantique, jusqu'à Ouvira, à l'est du pays, en vue de se connecter à Dar es Salaam sur l'océan Indien via Gitega au Burundi. Le dragage et le balisage du fleuve Congo, un boulevard naturel de plus de 4000 km et de tous ses affluents navigables afin de faciliter le transport intérieur. La réhabilitation de la voie ferrée existante, la construction et la réhabilitation des routes d'intérêt national, les investissements dans l'agriculture. Plusieurs chantiers sont donc ouverts. C'est la raison pour laquelle la République démocratique du Congo en appelle au partenariat indien à participer effectivement au financement de ces investissements afin de contribuer à la réalisation des objectifs de l'émergence que ce conclave s'est fixé et qui consiste à créer des synergies pour une croissance partagée. Mesdames et Messieurs, pour terminer, une fois de plus, je vous convie à la session spéciale de la République démocratique du Congo qui se tiendra demain à partir de 10 heures. D'ores et déjà, je vous souhaite la bienvenue. Je vous remercie.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure and honor to welcome the Honorable Minister for External Affairs of the Government of India, Dr. S. Jaishankar. As we all know that Dr. Jaishankar has been one who has been giving us a lot of leadership, his vision, and his direction for the Indian industry to really deepen our engagement with Africa. Honorable Minister, your commitment and encouragement to us all for the India-Africa economic relationship is today, as we see, delivering a very robust outcome for industry. A very, very, very special and a warm welcome to you, Mr. Honorable Minister. Thank you very much for joining us. With that, ladies and gentlemen, it's now my pleasure and honor again to invite the Vice President of Zimbabwe, Excellency Chiwenga, to give his address, please.
The President of Indian Industry and Executive Vice Chair, Mr. R. Dinesh, Vice President of the Republic of, Deputy Prime Minister of the Democratic Republic of Congo, Honorable Vitali Kamel Kanyiginyingi, Minister of Industry, Minister of External Affairs, Republic of India, Honorable Dr. Jaishankar, Honorable Ministers here present, Chairman of the Confederation of Indian Industry Africa Committee, Mr. Noel Tata, Director General, Confederation of Indian Industry, Mr. Banesh, and Managing Director, Exim Bank, Mr. Asha Bangari, and Co-Chairman, Confederation of Indian Industry Africa Committee and Advisor Group Finance and Special Projects, Mr. Kupswami, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good evening to you all. Let me commence by expressing my sincere gratitude to the Government of the Republic of India and the Confederation of the Indian Industry and Exim Bank for inviting me to this auspicious occasion of the 18th edition of the Confederation of Indian Industry and of Indian Africa Growth Partnership. I am humbled by the warm hospitality accorded to me and my delegation by the Government of India since our arrival in this beautiful city of New Delhi. I also wish to thank the organizers of this conclave, the Confederation of Indian Industry, in conjunction with the Minister of External Affairs and Commerce and Industry, for the excellent facilities availed for our deliberations. Distinguished delegates, the conclave is a benchmark event that seeks to explore and expand areas of collaboration between India and Africa. The tapestry of heightened uncertainties, such as geopolitical tensions, climate change, and pandemics, demonstrated the imperative for India-Africa to continuously reflect on progress made in various areas of cooperation for the benefit of our peoples. Ladies and gentlemen, since the inception of the conclave on India-Africa Growth Partnership in 2005, trade links between India and African countries have been flourishing. Both sides have immensely benefited from the new frontiers of cooperation. The unprecedented technological advances are now reshaping the future contours of the global economy with the technological widening divide between the developed and developing countries. Therefore, the global south led by ruminant countries such as India should redouble their efforts to chart a common path to face new challenges. The conclave is one platform which can make an impact through enhanced development and trade. In this regard, I wish to highlight that this year's theme, India-Africa Growth Partnership, Creating Shared Futures, dovetails with the positive trajectory of the India-Africa relational matrix. Trade between India and Africa has grown exponentially in the last few years, amounting to $89.5 billion United States dollars in the 2021-2022 financial year, compared with $56 billion United States dollars in the previous year, making India the African continent's fourth largest trading partner. In 2020, India's exports to Africa accounted for 5.2% of the continent's imports, while India's imports accounted for 7% of the continent's global exports. Against this backdrop, I am delighted to note that the 18th conclave is being held at the time when Africa is in the process of implementing the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, which came in force in January 2021 and is poised to become the world's largest free trade area. The agreement is projected to catalyze sustainable economic growth, create diversity in the economies of African countries, and generate much-needed employment opportunities. Indian companies are invited to take advantage of this emerging roaring single market by investing in African countries. India is Africa's all-weather friend, as evidenced by the numerous economic activities that it has undertaken. These include, among others, the duty-free tariff preference scheme that allows duty-free access to 98.2% of the total tariff lines. This has enabled more than 32 African countries to gain further market access. Africa has also benefited from the $12.3 billion United States dollars concessional loan facility from India that has enabled some of the recipient African countries' key development projects. At this juncture, it is pertinent to observe that this meeting is taking place at a time when India's global political posture has been profoundly enhanced following the country's assumption of the G20 presidents and the chairmanship of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization in December 2022 and March this year, respectively. You may recall that upon assuming the G20 presidents, India undertook to its helmship to represent the aspirations of the developing countries in the global ecosystem. The government of India was indeed quick to demonstrate its commitment to fulfill its pledge by hosting a Voice of the Global South Summit held virtually from 12 to 13 January this year, with the participation of 125 countries, including Zimbabwe. The meeting deliberated on cardinal issues that preoccupy the developing world and highlighted opportunities for the upliftment of economies of the global South through a shared vision and agenda for change. I am therefore confident that this year's edition of the conclave will advance fruitful and mutually beneficial sustainable development cooperation between India and Africa. Distinguished delegates, taking into cognizance our common future, this year's theme offers a great opportunity to evaluate progress made in mutually growing the Indian-African economies. Furthermore, it shows India's keenness to cooperate with African countries in the development discourse. We look forward to an open and robust exchange of perspectives and views on all agenda items before us. May I digress to the Health Partnership Session, which seeks to explore enhanced cooperation between India and African countries in areas that encompass integrated health spectrum. Given India's position as one of the world's largest suppliers of affordable and effective pharmaceutical products, which has earned the country the acclaimed status of the pharmacy of the world, it is my ardent hope that we will have candid, forward-looking and fruitful discussions on how the Indian pharmaceutical sector can increase its visibility and reinforce its footprint on the African continent. Zimbabwe is grateful that India has contributed immensely towards Zimbabwe's health sector. India has provided, among others, 75,000 doses of COVID-19 vaccine to assist my country's effort in combating the scourge. With specific reference to Zimbabwe, Government of India has also provided selfless support to many sectors of our national economy. In this regard, India has availed computer numerical control machines, loan facilities for the rehabilitation of thermal plants, and water reticulation systems, which are key enablers for the manufacturing sector. India's support for the manufacturing sector is indicative of its total commitment to Zimbabwe's sustainable development with a balanced growth partnership. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our presence here signifies Zimbabwe's eagerness to engage with both Indian government, and the business sector in order to chart sustainable, beneficial economic links. As Zimbabwe, we are participating and exhibiting under the theme Visit, Invest, and Trade Zimbabwe, which resonates with this year's conclave theme. My country offers a wide range of investment opportunities across various sectors whose economy is mainly dependent on agriculture and mining, with lucrative investments in, among others, gold, lithium, platinum, diamond mining. Agriculture also is a key sector in Zimbabwe, with opportunities for investment in crop production, livestock farming, agro-processing. We therefore look forward to fostering value chains in agriculture and food processing. Speaking of tourism sector, Zimbabwe is the epitome of the African beauty and perfect destination for an unforgettable trip. The country is home to a wide range of attractions, including, among others, the majestic Victoria Falls, the smoke that thunders, one of the 7 natural wonders of the world. Matopo Hills, where the remains of the ambitious imperialist Cecil John Rhodes are interred. The great Zimbabwe House of Stones from which the country derives its name. There is a strong historical link between Great Zimbabwe and India. One of the princes of the ancient Great Zimbabwe Kingdom, Miguel, as they called him in Portuguese, is credited as the founder of the Catholic Church here in India. His remains are buried in Goa, and the site is a protected shrine. Ladies and gentlemen, investment opportunities are abound in Zimbabwe's energy sector, particularly in electricity generation. Zimbabwe is proud to be associated with the International Solar Alliance and looks forward to deep collaboration in the utilization of renewable energy. Let me come now to conclude that the areas of investments, be it in agriculture, in manufacturing, in textile, and in mining, shall be well explained, and I cordially invite the delegates and honorable ministers here to Zimbabwe's country focus session scheduled to take place tomorrow at 15:30 hours. I wish the 18th edition of the Confederation of the Indian Industry Exim Bank Conclave on India-Africa Growth Partnership fruitful deliberations. Once again, I convey the good wishes of the government and people of Zimbabwe and of my president, Dr. Emmerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure to now announce the release of 2 research papers done by Exim Bank. Exim Bank's research paper titled Forging Sustainable India-Africa Partnership Through Green Transition is a one-of-a-kind study where the researchers have attempted to analyze the level of green trade between India and Africa. The second one is Africa's huge untapped potential for investments is a recognized fact. Exim Bank research titled India's investment potential in Africa further strengthens this element by identifying high potential countries in Africa which Indian companies should increasingly explore. The in-depth analysis also identifies specific industries within these economies having high investment linkages. I'd like to request our dignitaries on the dais, the Deputy Prime Minister of Congo, the Vice President, Republic of Zimbabwe, and Minister of External Affairs, Dr. Jaishankar, to kindly do the honors and release these. Request you to hold up the 2 publications for a photo opportunity once you have released it. Thank you. And now I have the honor and pleasure to invite Dr. S. Jaishankar, Minister of External Affairs, Government of India, to deliver the inaugural address. So, yes.
Your Excellency, Vice President Chiwenga of Zimbabwe, Your Excellency, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of National Economy, Excellency Nkingi of Democratic Republic of Congo, Mr. R. Dinesh, President of CII, Mr. Noel Tata, Chairman CII Africa Committee, Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee, Director General CII, Ms. Harsha Bangari, Managing Director Exim Bank, Mr. Kupusamy, Co-Chairman of CII Africa Committee. corporate leaders, distinguished guests, I'm delighted to address the special plenary of the 18th CII-Exim Bank Conclaves on India-Africa Growth Partnership. This year's emphasis has shifted from project partnership to growth partnership, very much in keeping with the spirit of the theme, Creating Shared Futures. I believe that the dignitaries, corporate minds, domain specialists, and scholars have deliberated upon various subjects of mutual interest, whether it is building strong financial partnerships and infrastructure transformation, or space sector cooperation and fostering value chains in agriculture and food processing. My contribution is to present a larger picture in which this unfolds. India and Africa have a long-standing trade and economic linkages, as indeed they do in people-to-people contacts. India staunchly supported African countries in the quest to attain independence and to fight against colonialism and apartheid. This is important to recall because our ties are not transactional but represent the solidarity of a shared struggle. Africa, therefore, occupies an important place in India's foreign policy. During the last 9 years, this has been consciously stepped up under the direction of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Our engagement with the continent has since witnessed 36 high-level visits from India and more than 100 high-level visits from Africa to India. Now, the same empathy also shapes how we approach each other. India believes in forging a development partnership with Africa that is based on the needs and priorities of our partners. This was clearly articulated by Prime Minister Modi as a core of the Kampala principles that he enunciated in 2018. We are there for the long term with a focus on promoting capabilities and creating capacities. For India, and it's important that our African partners appreciate this, for India, the rise of Africa is key to global rebalancing. Now, being a trusted partner of Africa in its journey of socio-economic development, India has extended concessional loans of over 12.37 billion. In that framework, we have completed 197 projects, 65 more are currently under execution, and 81 are at the pre-execution stage. Since 2015, India has also extended substantial grant assistance. Our projects range from drinking water schemes, irrigation, rural solar electrification, power plants and transmission lines, to cement, sugar and textile factories, technology parks, and railway infrastructure. They have generated local employment even as they change the lives of many people in Africa. During the pandemic, India continued unabated its engagement with Africa. In fact, the 15th and 16th editions of the CII-Exim Bank Conclave were actually held, though they were held virtually. To support our friends in Africa, India provided medical support to 32 countries. Since January 2021 till March 2023, we supplied made-in-India COVID vaccines to 42 countries of the continent. This was in line with our Prime Minister's vision of One Earth, One Health, and our civilizational belief in Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. We are now encouraging Indian pharma manufacturers and vaccine manufacturers to explore joint manufacturing facilities in the African countries. Equally important, we have battled in the WTO along with our African partners for enhancing the accessibility and affordability of vaccines. As we today move towards a knowledge economy, the importance of human resources needs to be appreciated. India is committed to enhance capacity building and skill development among African youth. We have delivered 42,000 scholarships since the IFS 3 summit in 2015. It is a matter of pride for us that several high-ranking leaders, ministers, and officials from Africa have studied in Indian universities. Apart from these, a number of students and officials from Africa have also trained under the I-Tech program. In a more technology-friendly world, our attention has now shifted to providing high-quality virtual education and medical services. The e-Vidya Bharati and e-Arogya Bharati network was launched in 2019 for tele-education and telemedicine. Under this initiative, over 14,000 youth from 22 African countries have enrolled for various degrees and diploma courses. India has also partnered African countries in promoting digital transformation through setting up IT centers, science and technology parks, and entrepreneur development centers. Where the digital domain is concerned, India's emphasis on trust and transparency makes it a natural partner for Africa. As we look ahead, our development partnership focuses strongly on digital, on green, on health, on food, and on water. These, we believe, are the pressing priorities of Africa today. And in each case, India's recent experiences are worth sharing. Our digital delivery of public goods has had a transformational impact on Indian society, taking the message of inclusiveness to the last mile. Our deployment of green technologies has similarly penetrated from the biggest industry to the last individual. Our COVID response, pharmaceutical production, and People's Pharmacy Initiative, Jan Aushadhi Initiative, have all been of deep interest in Africa. Similarly, the quest for water and food security sees us as shared and committed partners. On the trade and economic front, India's bilateral trade with Africa has reached $98 billion in 2022-23, compared to $89.6 billion a previous year. I'm confident that our bilateral trade will soon cross the $100 billion mark. Through the Duty-Free Tariff Preference Scheme, the DFTP scheme, that extends duty-free access to 98.2% of India's total tariff lines, India opened its market to African countries, and so far, 33 LDC African nations are entitled to get benefit. I hope that the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, which has commenced in 2021, will be helpful for Indian companies to enhance their business footprint in Africa. With cumulative investments at $73.9 billion from 1996 to 2021, India, I should emphasize, is among the top 5 large investors in Africa, and I'm sure that this will grow in the times to come. Friends, you are all aware that during the Indian presidency of the G20, 3 African countries, Egypt, Mauritius, and Nigeria, are participating in the deliberations in addition to South Africa. Through the Voice of Global South Summit in January this year, we sought to encapsulate the key concerns of Africa and place them before the G20. One important result of that was at the Varanasi G20 ministerial meeting of development ministers yesterday. We got unanimous agreement on a 2023 action plan on accelerating progress of Sustainable Development Goals, as also the adoption of the high-level principles on lifestyles for sustainable development. Both outcomes have a direct implication for Africa's progress and prosperity. India has always stood by our friends in times of need. We have extended our assistance and support in the form of humanitarian assistance and disaster relief, often as a first responder, Operation Sahayata to assist Cyclone Idai hit Mozambique in 2019, Operation Vanilla to provide relief to flood victims in Madagascar in 2020, and the assistance to Mauritius in containing the oil spill due to the grounding of the ship MV Vakasio are 3 notable examples. We very much hope that more African countries would join the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure that was launched by Prime Minister Modi in 2019. India's engagement with African countries in the defense sector has also witnessed meaningful growth. The second India-Africa Defense Dialogue, held in October 2022 at Gandhinagar, has seen significant participation of defense ministers from Africa. We are already building on a tradition of training by supply of equipment with necessary support that is appropriate to Africa's current needs. India is keen to share its experiences and know-how to help Africa in its energy transition through rapid deployment of clean energy technologies. In the renewable energy sector, India has now taken a lead of bringing together international coalitions through the International Solar Alliance, and I'm very glad, sir, that you referred to it, which provides a dedicated platform for cooperation among various stakeholders in the government and private sector. Prime Minister Modi has also recently launched an innovative Mission Life, that is Lifestyle for Environment. It's a very simple mantra of protecting our planet from effects of climate change by adjusting our lifestyle and adopting environmentally sustainable practices. I would invite our friends in Africa to join us in this endeavor also. This year, we are also celebrating the UN International Year of Millets. Millets are important because they generate livelihoods, they increase farmers' income, and they ensure food and nutritional security all over the world while being environmentally friendly. I would encourage our partner countries in Africa to promote the cultivation and consumption of millets on a larger scale, and would like to underline that India would be prepared to work with them in this regard. This is as much a traditional food grain for Africa as it is for India. Let me also take this occasion to express my gratitude and appreciation to the governments of Egypt, South Sudan, and Chad, among other friendly countries, for extending the full support to us in the evacuation of more than 4,000 Indian community members from Sudan. Friends, in the last few weeks, I've had the occasion to visit Uganda, Mozambique, South Africa, and Namibia. I expect to visit Tanzania very soon and many other African partners after that. In these visits, I rode a made-in-India suburban train and went to a pharma production center in Mozambique. I inaugurated a forensic university in Uganda and witnessed the impact of the Param supercomputer at an IT center of excellence that we also formally inaugurated in Namibia. And you all heard from our two distinguished African leaders of other examples where India has partnered with Africa to transform lives. To me, these are but a few possibilities that our friendship offers. And I sincerely hope that your deliberations can make that as expansive and as ambitious as possible. Thank you very much for your attention.
May I invite Mr. Kupuswamy now to kindly give the vote of thanks. He is co-chairman, CII Africa Committee, and advisor Group Finance and Special Projects, Shapurji Palanji Group.
Excellencies and distinguished guests, both on the dais and in the audience. Over the years, it has been established that there can be no better forum than the India-Africa Conclave held by CII and Exim Bank together for furthering the interests of both India and African continent. And no continent attracts greater attention than Africa itself does because of variegated reasons, be it precious or coarse minerals, agriculture or infrastructure, anything. And India has an interest in all of them. But over the last 3 years, like many other countries, African continent also has undergone certain problems after post-COVID and during the war, not the least of them being finance. And India, as a friend in need, has been standing by Africa by lending to Africa an approach of integrated development rather than self-interest. This has certainly yielded great results in infrastructure projects as well as in digital infrastructure and health. I must thank the Government of India headed by visionary leadership Prime Minister Modi and Dr. Jaishankar for having furthered the India-Africa cause more than any time else in the past. Thank you very much, sirs. Relationship is not a one-way course, one-way street. As His Honorable Minister for External Affairs mentioned, African countries have stood by us for evacuation of people from troubled regions and all. And India has been welcoming good thoughts from everywhere. As a famous going sloka says, Ano Bhadraha, Kartavayantu Vishwataha, let noble thoughts come to us from all sides, all regions. I thank you very much for all the interest shown today. I'm sure that it will be sustained over the next 2 days, and this conclave will be proving to be a feather in the cap of CII, much more than the previous ones. Thank you very much, sirs.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. With that, we come to a close of this session. May I request our dignitaries to please rise for a photo opportunity, please. May I also request Mr. R. Dinesh, President CII, to hand over a token of appreciation to the Deputy Prime Minister. The names are written on it, so accordingly you can do that. To Mr. Jaishankar and to His Excellency Dr. Chiwenga. I request all of you to remain seated. For security reasons, the door is closed. Ladies and gentlemen, for security reasons, the door is closed. May I request all of you to please remain in the hall for 3 minutes till our dignitaries have left the venue. Please remain seated. I request all of you to kindly remain in the hall.